Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Well, good morning and welcome to a sun-drenched Visit Worcestershire New Road for a double header. It's the Rapids versus the Foxes. It's the women up first, the men a little later on. My name's Jim Dale. We're very glad to have you with us. Players will be out in the middle very shortly. Alongside me today, Polly Starkey will be joining us, but first up, Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire and Somerset player. Good morning, Claire.
Morning, Jim. We've got a lovely sunny day here, haven't we? And the bells have been ringing. Oh, it's proper cricket weather.
It's absolutely
beautiful. A little
beautiful.
scorched in the outfield.
And look, this is a double header, so if you're in range, get yourself down here for a full day of cricket. The food villages are up and running. The bars are open as well, if you're into that sort of thing. But we're very glad to have you here on the live stream here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. The players are on their way out shortly. The Guard of Honour today. Romsey and Huntington under 12s will be leading the players out, flags waving and everything else. We can see Niall the crocodile and Ali the alligator, and let's face it, it must be hotter than the sun in there. We thought it was hot in our little commentary pod, Claire, but that's a tough gig, isn't it?
They're dancing, so they're happy because they're very excited about the double header, I can tell from here.
Well, they'll need the ground staff to hose them down before the men's fixture as well. They'll need to cool off for that one. But look, let's get to some team news here, because there are a few changes to make note of, particularly from a Worcestershire perspective. Fox is very much as you'd expect. Becky Brooker, captain. Francesca Sweet, Scarlett Hughes, Lucy Weston, Ellen Watson, Flora Davies, Laura Crofts, Ellie Phillips, Danica Roth, April Harafka and Emma Thatcher. And then the Rapid side, Captain Claire Boycott, Ebony Tweets, Gwen Davies, Bryony Gilgrass, Poppy Davis, Amy Wheeler, Liv Goff, Emily Churns, Imogen Hill, Caitlin Baker-Smith and Flora Birtwhistle. So no Chloe Hill today, also no Phoebe Brett. No Ruby Davis either, as is the way with the women's game. They have been called up to Tier 1 sides, Claire.
Yeah, and also great news for Worcestershire. Sophie Beach, Phoebe Brett and Bryony Gilgrass are in the under-19 England development squad, so that's very exciting for Worcestershire.
Well, look, this is the thing about Worcestershire. It's true of the men's side as well, but women particularly developing really talented young cricketers. We've seen in recent years the likes of Hannah Hardwick and Emma Arlott, lots of Ellie Anderson. You name it, Karis Pavley, all getting recognition, either playing for England or playing at a higher level. Which is fantastic to see, and we've got these young players who are being recognised by the clubs in the higher tier. It's unfortunate not to be able to see them to play today, of course, but it means we get other youngsters to take a look at. Imogen Hill into the side, Caitlin Baker-Smith, just 15 years old, part of the player pathway here, as the Worcestershire players make their way out onto the hallowed turf. They want the toss, decided that they were going to have a bowl. They'll be looking to get, it's true to form in this competition actually. It's been a difficult campaign for the women's Rapids. They will be looking for a little bit of revenge. They got a bit of a going over at the Upton Steel County ground in Leicestershire last month.
Yep.
7-wicket defeat. I mean, no small part. It's her birthday actually. Cheska Sweet on her birthday hit a scintillating 67. And Scarlett Hughes, who's billed to come in at number 3 today. On loan from the Blaze, powerful hitter at the top of the order, and they were just too much for Worcestershire that day. But in the absence of Phoebe Brett, who often opens the bowling, left arm spinner, we're going to see another left arm spinner open up with a new ball, Flora Birtwhistle, and she's a wicket-taking machine at this level.
Yeah, because they had the game, Worcester got their game abandoned, didn't they, at the Steelbacks, but they won against Derbyshire Falcons, so we're hoping they're going to channel some of that, and they hit 187, so hopefully with a bat later we'll see them put a decent score on. So let's.
Ruby Davis made a really impressive 50. We'd seen with Worcestershire that they get scores but weren't really going on to make the big enough contributions to win games of cricket. They've been close. Actually, a big part of that victory was another super talented young player who's got a really big future ahead of her, and that's Bryony Gilgrass, who took a fifer in that win against Derbyshire. The only victory so far for the Rapids in this T20 Blast campaign. But she ripped the heart out of that top order for Derbyshire on, let's face it, what was an absolute road. There was a fast outfield and it was a high-scoring game. So, as suspected, Becky Brooker, the captain, opening up with Francesca Sweet. It's Brooker on strike against Flora Birtwhistle. Another left-arm spinner. In she comes then to get us underway. And slow, plenty of flight. It's a general rule. She tries to get the ball up there, Flora Butler. She looks to bowl full, get some air on it, get that ball above the batter's eye line.
Last time they played, she took a 2 for 27, didn't she, against Leicestershire? So, bit of that. We'd like some of that.
Well, it was the now absent Phoebe Brett that removed Brooker early on in that run chase in Leicester. But Whistle one more time. It's dragged down this time though and pulled away. It'll just be a single though. And we've seen, particularly at New Road this year, all formats, Claire.
Yeah.
It's all about getting the ball in the right area. You get a little bit too full, a little bit too short, you'll go. And there's you find that it's what I suppose you'd probably call a good length.
Yeah.
Looking for the top of off. That's where your value is here. We haven't seen huge amounts of spin, despite the hot weather. New Road has seen the ball turn.
Yeah.
In recent years, not so much this year. In comes Burt Whistle again, onto the back foot, cut away. Tentative shot though from Jessica Sweet.
It's a great action, isn't it? Because she's coming through the umpire, around the wicket. You've got that, you know, what's coming next.
What's coming next is a lofted drive, a chance for a catch. An opportunity there. It was an awkward one, bounced just in front. And it's one of those that you go almost face first for, don't you? And it's how brave are you?
And end up at the dentist.
Checked drive well, yeah, quite. And you kind of almost have to sort of lean back and parry and hope for the best when you realise it isn't quite there to catch. That's another little misfield. That's disappointing from the bowler. Never like to see runs eked, but it's 4 from the first over. And pretty neat and tidy from Flora Burt Whistle. And you feel a little bit there that both Brooker and Sweet just feeling for the ball a little bit, not going hard at it. Just check drive from Sweet, just almost sat in the surface a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
And it offered a chance to...
maybe a little mesmerised by the bowler coming round.
You don't see it often, do you?
Don't see it often, no. There's a little bit in the... Polly and I were fortunate to be at Edgbaston last night. There was a bit of spin bowling running up through the umpire last night as well.
Well, we're going to see Amy Wheeler from the Diglis end. On loan from the Blaze. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Amy Wheeler, yes. On loan from the Blaze. And a graduate of the ACE programme run by Ebony Rainford Brent to get more Afro-Caribbean players back into the game. She gave us some fire last time you and I were together. So what's she got today? Right arm over, right-handed batter. Oh, in the air, and it's gone through third. It's going for 4 runs. Is that the first boundary, Jim?
It is the first boundary. Well, it's a full toss.
Yeah.
It got the treatment.
It did. Score moves to 8 without loss for Leicestershire here. They were put into bat when Worcestershire won the toss. Sunny day at Worcester. The music's pumping. We've been dancing already.
Well, very much a loosener that from Wheeler. Really good action though. Really talented, athletic cricketer.
Long run up right from the 25-yard circle. That will be different this afternoon for the men's game. That'll be 30 yards. Oh, and a bit of rampy straight to the fielder. Oh, it's a catch. Yes. It's going to be a free hit though, because the umpires are signalling a no ball for height. So we thought we got a catch there, but then a little bit too high. Umpires today are Mel Juniper and Kelly Alcock. Scorers are Sue Drinkwater and Kay Tullock. So nearly, they're getting the ball in the air, so that's what Amy Wheeler will be excited about. Oh, little stretch at that one. We're going to have a wide ball. We stood side on, commentators, so we've got no idea how wide that delivery was.
Yeah, it also made it difficult to realise that it's actually Scarlett Hughes out in the middle.
Ah, okay.
So.
Oh yes, Hughes and Sweet. So it is Sweet facing. She's on 7. And she smacks that one straight to point. There is no run. Well picked up there on the bounce. Score is 9 without loss. Hughes on 1, Sweet on 7. Amy Wheeler collects the ball on the Diglis end. The Spire in the background. She runs in at pace. Oh, it's another full toss again, but it's dispatched down to deep third. Picked up just off the rope. Just get a single there. Another one to the total. So that's 10 without loss for Leicestershire.
Well, she's just struggling for length here, isn't she? 4 balls.
Yep.
The order of the day. And we have found with this campaign, she's so much talent. A little bit inconsistent.
Scarlett Hughes, of course, they will have faced each other because they're both Blaze players.
They are indeed, yeah.
Yeah, Scarlett Hughes, Blaze also. Left-hander in the crease. Amy Wheeler, does she know how to undo Scarlett Hughes? In again. Oh, backward of square. There are fielders there. I'm going to cut that off. Just the single.
Yeah, a bit leg side that, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I
a bit
think
loose.
Just needs to settle down here. Good morning to Rob Doverston, who's watching the stream with us. Good to have you.
Yep.
He's got a free pass. The reason he's not down here at Visit Worcestershire New Road, which is where you
We need
should
an
be, of
excuse.
course, is
Yeah?
he's
What's his excuse?
in Cambridgeshire, I think.
Oh, well, that's quite a long way.
He's, you know,
Has he pressed the thumbs up yet? I don't know. Sweet. Tries to play that.
that's going to be a
Go
wide
back,
ball.
but it's going to be a wide ball signalled indeed. Another one to the total. Leicester 12 without loss. Here at Worcester New Road. Visit Worcestershire.
Yeah, Visit Work.
That's
That's
what we've got to
contractual
say, haven't we?
obligations
Yeah.
say we will call it Visit Worcestershire New Road.
Yeah, it's good. Wheeler. Rangy action. Backwards, played through point. That's going to be 4 runs. 4 runs the total. To Sweet. Leicester move to 16 without loss.
Well, we saw a good bit of fielding from Poppy Davis behind square on the offside in that over, but there's no chance of stopping that one. That was an absolute rocket, wasn't it?
Good old thump that was.
Yeah, we've had a bit of everything from Wheeler there. 4 balls and short and wide,
Yeah.
and it's proved expensive.
So, 2 overs down, and Leicestershire are 16 without loss.
Well, it looks like we're going to see Emily Churns. And been on the edge of the first team all summer.
Right.
And she gets her chance today against the talented, aggressive batter, Scarlett Hughes.
Yes, I recognise the name from Central Sparks days. He was Central Sparks Academy, I think, as I remember rightly.
In comes Churnston. Full ball. Up into the block hole.
Hughes not quite sure what to do there, did she? Managed to knock it down in front of her.
Yeah, she plays quite low hands. Does Hughes. Got a useful 37 in the corresponding fixture back in Leicestershire. Started. I felt she started far too aggressively. Actually, tried to whack the casing off every ball, and then you know, found her way into it. But
Nope.
against
Nutmeg, was that? Did she nutmeg?
thickish edge, squirts into the leg side.
Yeah, she says she's an aggressive batter. 30 off 23 versus Derbyshire and 29 off 22 against Northants.
But Churn starting well here. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Punched into the offside, straight at Gilgrass though. There's no run there. Really talented
Thought
young
about
player.
the show, didn't she? She was like, shall I?
Yeah, I
it's
think that's
dry. Shall I risk this?
She's got plenty of fight in her as Gilgrass, so I think it was like, don't you even think about running to me. It was, you know, a little bit of posturing, and I'm fine with that. Again, full delivery. Crisp drive, but she's finding fielders at the moment. Will annoy Scarlett Hughes.
She does look a bit, her body language is a little bit sort of, a bit frustrated, so Worcester need to jump on that.
It's so important, isn't it? Building pressure,
Yeah.
frustrating batters. It's bowled!
Ooh.
What a delivery! Well, looking for a big hit, and maybe that pressure has told, and Emily Churn strikes early. Exactly what the Rapids will have wanted. And over the wicket, little movement, full ball, swung back in. What an absolute peach of a delivery that is.
Stumps bent back, Jim.
It's a beautiful sight when you're a
is.
fast bowler. Not that I'd know anything about that, to be honest.
No, mate.
There's a
Somebody
left-
said to me, what's your bowling action? I said, well, that presumes that it actually pitches, but it should have been off spin, but it didn't often pitch.
off spin in theory.
Yeah,
so
in
we're saying.
theory, yeah, right arm inconsistent, but yes. But that was a great bit of movement off the wicket there. Through the gate, bent the stumps back. Some tidying up to do.
Well,
Put the stumps back in.
looked to go full early, hasn't she?
Good start in the
Yeah.
heat. I mean, that's what you want, don't you, as Worcestershire? We talked about the potential frustration of the batter.
And look, I mean, Hughes, super talented player, good wicket keeper in her own right as well. She won't
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
wicket because Ellen Watson will be doing that. She's very good with the gloves.
Quick bat check there.
Yeah. Have I bought my bat? Yes, it is there. I've got it. Good. Lucy Wester, well, she had a good day last time round as well, but that was with the ball, took 3 wickets. All stumpings, all pretty much identical. 7 not out with the bat. Up the order today.
She's got 30 caps for Scotland, as Ellen Watson. I think.
Not to be sniffed at.
No. And it also makes her a wildcat, which would be the team that I want to play for, because who doesn't want to be a wildcat?
I mean, that's a fair point.
I'm in, you know. Get me in.
Claire Jenkins is all in on the Wildcats, and I'm
Oh,
here for it. I'm
yeah.
all right with that. Okay.
'Cause we get lots
Western.
of, if it's Blast, we get lots of Bryces. We get a brace of Bryces and all that kind of thing. So lots of Scottish players playing south of the border.
Germs on her way in once more. Again, it's full. Little bit of movement away. Watchful from Western, and that'll complete a successful over from the Rapids' perspective.
Oh, was a helmet coming on, Jim? We're going to see some
Someone under the lid.
someone. No, the wicketkeeper. We're going to see a bit of
Okay.
spin.
Well, it looks like it's Boycott to
It's
me.
Boycott, but she's wicketkeeper's expecting trouble. She's going to go in close.
Well, it's quite common, isn't it, these days, that when it comes to the power play, particularly
sensible.
one
Yeah,
over
yeah.
spells. And we've seen, well, an expensive start for Wheeler, wasn't it? So we're going to see some medium pace. For Emily Cherms, what a good start. Wicket maiden, first up. She may well get a second go. Quite hard to peel the ball out of her hands, I'd have thought, but on comes the skipper.
Yeah, skipper taking responsibility. Right arm over to the right-handed Sweet, who goes back, and that's going outside off, and is left alone. We've got the seagulls having a good chat around here. So almost feels like we're by the sea, Jim.
Well, they find their way up the River Severn, and they've probably found the
yeah, a
food
bit
village
lost.
behind the
They
Dollavera
probably
stand.
have, yeah. That's dubbed down in front of her, and there is no run there by Sweet. Yeah, we'll take a past the 8 round. No seagulls. Ooh, more ice creams. Lovely. It's that look they've got in their eye when they land near. You think, oh, maybe my crab sandwich is about to disappear.
It's a lovely sound, but those cold, dead eyes, Claire,
It
when you're
is.
trying to eat
They're big
chips.
close up as well. Boycott comes in again. It's a Sweet. Oh, straight through, and there's an appeal. Sort of.
It's gone straight through
Has it
her.
gone straight through? Oh goodness! So the umpire was in the way then. She's clean bowled.
Well, they weren't completely convinced.
No,
but
everyone was looking at each other at that point.
well, Boyks wasn't sure, but she's just played round a straight one. There was a little bit of shape there.
Well,
But again, full from Boycott, and that's the plan, isn't it? Get it up there, try and get that
Yeah.
white ball swinging.
yeah, in the warmth and the sun. So another Leicester batter is on her way back to the pavilion. So Leicestershire are 16 for 2. Sweet on, leaving us having scored a run a ball 12.
Yeah,
and Leicestershire needs a rebuild here in the power play. 6 overs of power play, where there are only 2 fields allowed outside the 25-yard circle in the women's game. You will see a 30-yard circle this afternoon in the men's game, and the numbers inside and out are also different, but only 2 fielders allowed outside that 25-yard circle in the women's game. So pressure still on, and Worcestershire getting results for it. Captain stepping up for the second wicket.
Well, it brings skipper to the wicket. Becky Brooker with her side in trouble. They'll be glad to see the back of Cheska Sweet. She batted beautifully at the Upton Steel County ground, unbeaten 67 on her birthday. It was a brilliant display of control and then power hitting.
So skipper to skipper is what you're saying?
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, head to head.
Bit of psychology.
Who's going to win this little battle here? We've got a nice battle within a battle. Some very
They must think about that as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's like an arm. It's like a sort of metaphorical arm wrestle, I imagine it. You know. Let's play. She's got a second one. We're going to be on a hat trick here. Boycott gets her second wicket. It's bowled. So Becky Brooker did not stay. So we were talking about the head-to-head, and the first win from the skipper of the Rapids here. So Boyks gets Brooker.
Well, that is a psychological blow, isn't it? A first baller, and then the pressure on. You look at the first over went for 4, neat and tidy. And it was a better over than a 4 runner because of that almost a chance that almost carried. A wicket maiden before, and we're staring down the barrel of a double wicket maiden to follow it up. Boycott full straight, and again tentative from this Leicestershire side. Very out of character.
So the captain here, Claire Boycott, on a potential hat trick here. Or if this was one of the big venues, massive venues, they'd be pumping out, wouldn't they? Woo!
Well,
we're excited.
The ground slowly filling up as well.
Yeah, we've got people in front of us bringing their picnics. We're going to watch Ellen Watson, the new batter.
Watson and Weston.
Yeah, see? They sound like a solicitors or something, don't they? Boycott's trying to gee a team up. Not that they need much geeing up with 2 wickets and 2 balls.
Well, I tell you what, she's on a hat trick here.
Happy days.
Where are the close catchers?
Yeah,
she's the
bring
skipper.
them in.
I'd have everyone in.
I'd have everybody. Yeah, I would.
Reserved from Claire Boycott. Her mum will be here. She'll be delighted, though. Yeah. Come on, Claire.
Watson keeps it out. Oh, we denied it. Yeah. Are the Astwood Bank massive here? Because I know that you like that.
Yeah, they sure are.
Are they? Yeah. See, when she played for Central Sparks, they used to sit in front of, when we were in the greenhouse, they used to sit in front and giving it proper large when she played. So, Boycott. Oh, just managed to take that off her toes and sends it backward of square. And they get through for a single. So, Leicestershire will be glad to see that scoreboard tick over. So, the end of the over. So we have had 4 overs here at the Visit Worcestershire County Ground. Leicestershire are 17 for 3. Worcester with their tails up here. 2 wickets and 2 balls in that over.
Well, past 2 overs, 3 wickets have fallen for just 1 run added. And unsurprisingly, we are going to see Emily Churns again from the New Road end. And I imagine, similarly, we'll see more Boycott. But what a fantastic start from the Rapids.
Great start.
They're out of contention in this competition, but they want to get some wins to their name. Just 1 so far, but really handily played. 17 for 3 the score here. As part of this double header at Visit Worcestershire New Road, we see more people filing into the ground, which is good to see. Women's Rapids playing here.
Yeah, they've got their hats on quite sensibly, and they should have sun cream and everything.
It's going to be a wide ball and signalled as such.
Yeah.
There's a good history of women's cricket here, Claire. I don't know if it's still the case, but as of 2 years ago, there'd been more women's test matches played at New Road than any other ground in the world. Which is something to be celebrated. So that's clipped into the leg side for a second. Claire Boycott was interested, but it's over her head and it's rattled away to the boundary.
She'd have needed a stepladder to take that one.
Yeah.
But it was mighty blow. Yes, you mentioned about the test match. I've seen a test match here. I've seen an Ashes test match here. Yeah.
Well, I've seen a fair bit of women's international one-day stuff here back in the days of players like Sarah Collier and Charlotte Edwards.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Back in the 90s. So it's been a home for women's cricket for a long time. It's better this time. Just tucked into the leg side. There's some work for Burt Whistle to do as she chases it down. It's an outfield. Is it going to win the race to the boundary?
No, she's doing it.
She's going to pull it back in. Boycott backs her up. They'll take 3. But we saw actually here on Friday night, there's such value for shots here because, of course, everywhere is scorched. The hard outfield. That if you just get enough on it, it's a long old. It's only 20 overs, but it'd be a long old hour and 15 in the field.
If it's hot, yeah, as well. Chasing leather.
Proper elbow grazer as well, this outfield.
Ooh.
But Watson's on her way. Weston still yet to score. Only faced 1 ball though. And that's going to be a wide as well. I think this is something that we'll see quite naturally as the senior players move on, which is always good to see. Development's important. It's that young players trying to find the game. The consistency is the thing you've got to be patient with, I think, with these young players. And we'll see if Caitlin Baker-Smith gets a bowl. Again, that's leg side. Again, that's going to run away. That outfield's quick. It's going to go for 4. So a wicket made him first up, but this has proven to be a bit of a costly start to proceedings for a second over.
They're still learning the game, aren't they? That's the important thing, because in Tier 1 they are fully paid professionals. These are not paid professionals here in Tier 2. So, still learning their game, as Jim mentioned. And that's why it's useful to have people like Claire Boycott, who's got that experience to bring to the game. She seems to have been playing forever.
Well, this is it. She's still a young woman.
Yeah, she's mercurial.
Oh, it's genuine play and miss there. Good response. Yeah, I remember interviewed her a couple of years ago. Yeah. And she said that she'd played over 200 games for Worcestershire throughout the age groups. I was like, how old are you? Are you like 38 or something? That can't be possible.
They start
She's still in her 20s comfortably. I was like,
they start early in the women's game. It's not unusual for even to be at international level in their teens and things, but yeah, playing forever.
Again, it's a thickish outside edge. It's going to run away. Wheeler's after it. She's pretty quick.
Oh.
And in the end, there's a bit of an argument about who was going to do the hard work there. But in the end,
they've been a bit polite. They nearly gave a 4-way being polite.
Yeah. They've run 5.
Yes,
you have it. No, you have. No, please do. Just skipped off the surface, but Germs will want to finish this over strong. Last ball then of the 5th.
Ooh.
And it's again just short of Boycott.
It's a great sound off the bat, isn't it?
Well, it seemed like she kind of, but she just checked that pull shot, didn't she?
Yeah.
Almost as if she knew that was going to end up straight up in Boycott's lap if she'd followed through with the shot.
It may have been a smart move.
Anyway, an expensive over, 14 from it, and the Foxes needed that. 33 for 1 is the score.
Yeah, last over of the power play. So the captain's still got the ball in the hand after getting those 2 wickets in the last over in consecutive balls.
And as Claire Boycott ramps up for another over from the Douglas end, I'm going to make way.
Oh, it's been lovely.
It's great to see you again, Claire. Yeah. What a joy. But we're going to bring in Polly Starkey, sorry, forgive me.
Yeah.
We've got to talk about her Australia shirt she's wearing. We'll deal with that later.
Yes.
But Polly, journalist, podcaster, commentator, basically you're going to be in safe hands, gang. You've got some proper grown-ups.
Boycott prepares to come into Weston. Place that down and there is no run. Score is 31 for 3. Weston and Watson at the crease. Weston facing on 5. Watson on 8 here at the Visit Worcestershire County Ground. Boycott. Medium pace run up. That's thumped to mid-off. They get a single. There was a shy at the stumps and Boycott was interested there for a moment. Again, we're side on, so let's have another little look at that. A shy at the stumps. Oh, it's been closer to
Yeah, not a million miles away.
no. What have you made it of it? I'll come back to you after this ball. As Boycott comes in again, there's a ramp down to fine leg. There's a fielder there's running around to pick that up. Intercepts that. They get through for 2, so 2 more to the total. Leicestershire Foxes 34 for 3. So what have you made of it so far?
It's been a weird start. You've had one extreme or the other because you've had, a wicket maiden and a double wicket over, but then you've also had overs that are going for 10 plus. So it's been interesting.
That's worked through point there. And there's 2 fielders after it. I think they're going to cut this off because it's right in front of us here. Yeah, Gwen Davis does a lovely dive. Never short of a dive is Gwen Davis if she has chance. Another couple to this total there. I love to watch Gwen Davis field.
Oh yeah, she's a great fielder.
Throws herself around. I was talking with the cameraman, the photographer earlier, and he said, I always get a really good shot. She's throwing herself around. Another one to the total. Boyckson again to Watson. Plays that forwards straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
But yeah, it's a pretty important game for Leicestershire with finals day on the horizon and pushing for a spot there, which is difficult with the North group because you've got Yorkshire who secured their place there a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
So there's just one place up for grabs.
Boycott in again, straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Yeah, they're heading to finals day on Saturday the 26th of July at the Northants County Ground. That's the end of the over. 6 overs gone. That's the end of the power play also. 6 overs gone. Leicestershire 36 for 3. Yeah, they're heading towards finals day at Northants County Ground on Saturday the 26th of July. And in this tier, there will be proper semis. So the leader of the North group will play the runner-up in the South group and the opposite. So Yorkshire have already qualified. They've gone away ahead, haven't they? So that's already secured. Unlike Tier 1, which will be slightly different, but we don't need to confuse with that. So proper semi-finals in this tier. And yeah, so you were just saying that it's important for Leicestershire.
Yeah, they'll really need a win. Oh no, I'm excited about this. Caitlin Baker-Smith, 15 years old, and I used to play cricket with her. So I played cricket with her when she was about 12 years old, and she wasn't allowed to play for the women's team because you have to be 13, but she would train with us, and she was by far one of the best. I'm interested to see her action because when she did her run up, she used to do this little thing like she was revving her.
Oh, the pumping.
She's taken it out now. But Baker-Smith into the attack. First ball. And that's a wicket first ball. What a start for 15-year-old Caitlin Baker-Smith. Comes into the side, makes her debut, and gets the wicket of Lucy Weston. That is fantastic from the teenager. What a moment. Wow.
Easy game, isn't it?
Oh,
did you
brilliant.
teach her all she knows? Is that how she managed
obviously,
to do that?
yeah. She just had a lot of practice of getting me out in the net, so she was ready for this moment. But wow.
First ball. Welcome to Tier 2.
That is brilliant.
What a great debut.
I mean, it's such a big thing to promote a 15-year-old to the senior side. That's such a big call, but they must have been very impressed with what she's been doing for, I know, the under-15s, but also under-18s. And, was clearly ready to make that step up, and she's proved that. That is brilliant.
And also, we were talking before, weren't we? Worcestershire messing with Leicestershire's plans here by taking these wickets. If Leicestershire really need a win to get any sniff of finals day, Worcestershire are properly giving them a bruising at the moment.
Yeah, 36 for 4, so Worcestershire looking on top in this scenario, and wow. I had a good feeling about today with Caitlin Baker-Smith, but that's just brilliant. I mean, that's the dream debut. You come in and take a wicket first ball.
I mean, she can retire on that now, can't she? She can talk about that the rest of her career.
In for a second ball. There'll be a quick single taken from it. That's brilliant. Just complete composure, and it's a nervy situation. Probably the first time. I mean, I know clubs sometimes play on live streams, but the first time having it properly live streamed and joining up with the team, I don't know how much she would have trained with them. So it's a big moment, but completely took to the occasion. And again, this one pushed into the offside. There'll be one run from it.
You also have a connection to the other team as well, don't you?
Yeah, I've played with someone from Leicestershire, Ellie Phillips, who is a fantastic bowler as well. So 2 very good bowlers, and Yeah, two players who it's been nice because you see earlier parts in their career where they're just developing and coming through, but to see them both playing Tier 2 is brilliant. And that's going to be another wicket, a second wicket in the over for Caitlin Baker-Smith. Comes into this side and is doing a fantastic job. Flora Davis out without scoring. This dream debut just gets better.
Well, Worcestershire are in dreamland here. They're on fire. They're clearly channeling that energy that they had when they beat Yorkshire in the 50 over in the first game of the season and sent everyone going, wow, Worcestershire are really going to compete here. So, yeah, good on Worcestershire. And your mate, all the things that you taught her, 2 wickets in 1 over.
I do have to clarify, I taught that girl nothing. If anything, she taught me a lot of stuff about the game. 39 for 5 are Leicestershire, with Worcestershire dominating this game.
Well, dreamland here.
Just brilliant.
Leicestershire 5 down, 39 for 5. Quick back gauge check. The batter coming in.
I think after we got to the end of over 2, it was 16 without loss, and I just thought, oh, maybe Leicestershire will take this away. You know, they're not particularly a batting side, but they've been able to produce some pretty decent scores over the last couple of weeks, especially compared to Worcestershire in the way they've played and kind of struggled. But this is complete domination from the Rapids. Baker-Smith in again, so far 2 wickets in the over. That's a very nice dot.
Croft's looking uncomfortable there. And the pace of Baker-Smith.
.39 for 5. Croft's on strike. Nicely tucked into the leg side. Gwen Davis with another sliding stop. Must be hard to slide out there with the dry outfield.
I wonder if she has to reinforce her trousers because you just so much diving.
Yeah. Someone's going to have to
Gotta love
start
Gwen
sewing
Davis's
them.
fielding.
40 for 5. Final ball of the over.
Ooh.
Chipped in the air. If she was a few inches taller, perhaps would have been able to get a hand to that. But brilliant first over in senior cricket for Caitlin Baker-Smith. She is taken to it with absolute ease.
She nearly got a third one there.
Yeah.
That was really close, seeing that on the replay.
That would have been brilliant, but she cannot be disappointed with that at all, because I don't think you could have asked more of her from that over. It was exceptional. 7 overs gone, 40 for 5.
Welcome to a Worcestershire full shirt. How great is that? We were here. If she goes on further, we can say, we called her first.
Saw the debut.
It is. Well, it's to continue then. Claire Boycott from the Diglis end in the sunshine here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Vitality Blast T20 game, Tier 2. Getting into the second half of the competition now as Boyks comes in to Croft. Plays that into the leg side, not necessarily convincingly. Yeah, heading towards finals day in a couple of weeks, isn't it? It's the weekend after next or something? Where?
Yeah,
Weekend after
26th.
next.
She
Yeah.
got Tier 2 finals day, 26th at Northants, and then Tier 1 at the Oval the day after.
Yeah, that's played down straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
So yeah, not this weekend, but the one after.
Yeah,
So
so
hopefully this weather stays around. That would
Yeah.
be lovely.
last couple of games in here. Boycott into Crofts. Ooh, little waft at that, and it's gone through. Heading towards the boundary, but it's going to get cut off by the fielder. They get 2 there, Polly. They're heading. I mean, they'll be very grateful to get to that milestone of 50. We're at 42 for 5, our Foxes, but losing wickets rapidly. Boycott got 2 in two successive balls. Over or so it goes. Boycott comes in again. Crofts. Straight to the fielder at mid-on, and there is no run. Keeping it tight here and geeing each other up in the field in their familiar blue tops and black trousers and the black sleeves of their shirts. Crofts comes forward and just dobs that down defensively. It's a great ball there, lovely length from Claire Boycott, the captain. We mentioned that she'd won she won the toss and she won the arm wrestle between the opposing captain by getting her out first ball without scoring. So
I thought you meant they had a literal arm wrestle.
Oh, no, it's a metaphorical arm wrestle, don't worry. Well, we could do that later. That's played into the offside but straight to the fielder, and again there is no run. So nice tight bowling there from Claire Boycott, the captain of the Worcestershire Rapids. So we are 8 overs in, and Leicestershire are 42 for 5, Crofts on 3 and Watson on 13.
Yeah, Claire Boycott leading by example. She's been very good with the ball. She also got 2 wickets in an over.
Yeah,
And,
that helps, doesn't it?
yeah, very much so. Just with that momentum. They had a wicket in the over before, then those 2 from Claire Boycott, and then in the previous over we had 2 from Caitlin Baker-Smith, who's back bowling from the New Road End.
Ooh.
Oh, straight back at her. That's going to hurt a little bit. But that was really good fielding off her own bowling. It's difficult as a fast bowler to field off your own, but let's have a look at the replay here. Slow-mo. Sticks a hand out.
Wow, that would that would have been Maddie Villiers-esque if she'd managed to do that. Because as you say,
just defending shy at the stumps. That could have been close again. It's an exciting over.
Well, spin bowlers expect it to come back at them, don't they? And they've got some chance to kind of take a stance and be ready. But a fast bowler, and the way she got her hand down, amazing.
Yeah, that was really, really good.
We've got a game on, Polly. We've got a proper game on here.
Indeed. 43 for 5.
Changing the field and taking Gwen Davis out to cow corner and bringing in Long on to the circle.
Baker-Smith in again, driven down the ground for no run. Caitlin's one of those players that, for context, I played with her when she was 11, 12, 13, so still pretty young, and she's only 15 now, so she's still very young as she's back into the attack, and there'll be at least one. They'll just take the one. But I don't think she realised how good she was. I think we all knew how talented she was, and she was playing Worcestershire age group stuff, but I don't think she realised how good her ability was for her age. And so I'm so glad she's been nurtured in this way, and she's come through to the first team. She's in again, and there's an appeal and it's out. A 3rd wicket for Caitlin Baker-Smith. This debut just gets better. Her 2nd over and she's found another wicket. The Scottish international Ellen Watson will have to depart for 14.
Oh, wow, what a start, Polly.
This is just brilliant.
Have you got any more mates who could play for Worcestershire?
She is superb. 3 for 6.
I hope she's got some relatives in, because this is going to be something that you're not going to believe when you tell the story.
This is one of the best debuts I think I've ever seen from anyone. This is superb.
In 30 years' time, over a beer, and she's saying, "You'll never believe what happened on my debut."
Outstanding. Leicestershire 44 for 6. And it's going to be Ellie Phillips coming into bat, who I played with a couple of years ago as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, former Warwickshire player.
I can do you, because yesterday we both saw the England-India game where Danny Wyatt made 300 appearances for England, and that's my connection, because I played club cricket with Danny Wyatt. That's the best I can do. But nothing near as this. So what can you tell us about Ellie Phillips then?
Yeah, I would consider her a bit of an all-rounder. She can she can bat. Her bowling is superb, medium pace, and has taken quite a few wickets for Leicestershire this season. She's been in the Warwickshire Academy for a number of years and has now moved to the Blaze Academy, with playing her cricket in Leicestershire.
Hang on a minute. She's going across the boundary from West to East Midlands. Did you just say that? You just skipped over that.
Well, she's playing her cricket now in Leicestershire for Tier 2, so Baker-Smith to Phillips. Just defends that first ball. Yeah, again, it was a couple of years ago. It was kind of 2022. I played with Ellie, and yeah, she's a brilliant person and loves the cricket as well. Proper badger. I feel like she's always at the cricket. She's playing or watching cricket. So 44 for 6 after 9 overs, 11 overs to go.
And no surprise, Claire Boycott, the captain of the Worcestershire Rapids, is going to continue. She's going to bowl herself. This must be out. She feels like she's been bowling all day. Is it Bugs' last over? Must be. So, yes, it is. I'm getting a thumbs up from Polly. Claire Boycott to Crofts. So, ooh, there's a stumping. Is that? There is. There's stumping. Another wicket. So, another batter falls for Leicestershire. Stumped. Yes, Laura Crofts has to depart. Claire Boycott gets another wicket. Oh, the captain's on fire.
Yeah, Claire Boycott is having a great time out there.
Yeah.
She's bowling very, very well.
The thing is, once you get that momentum as well, it's that confidence, and then then the batters coming in are a bit like, oh.
Yeah, it's kind of panic
scary,
stations.
yeah.
It's really difficult.
And rushing for pads in the changing rooms. So Leicestershire are 44 for 7.
I don't think this is what
Crofts
they would have
departs.
envisioned.
Yeah, Phillips, who's only faced one ball, now has a new partner.
Yeah, she's got a big job to do with Danica Roth coming to the crease.
Oh yeah.
And they'll want to. We're not even halfway through the innings. They'll want to try and bat out these remaining 11 overs, but it's not going to be particularly easy.
No. Well, could Worcestershire get them all out before they get 50? I mean,
Potentially.
I mean, ball in hand.
Baker Smith still has 2 overs. Obviously, Claire Boycott is bowling her final over.
So Roth right-handed to face Boycott, right arm over. Oh, squirted through. There is no run. Wicketkeeper picks up. Lots of chirp in the field here. And geeing each other up. 7 wickets down. We're not even at the halfway stage yet, Polly. As Boycott comes in again to Roth. Plays that forward, but straight to the fielder at cover, and there is no run. Oh, they're well up now. Worcestershire living the dream here. Boycott to Roth. Plays it up in the air. There's somebody underneath it. It's a catch. Boycott gets another one. Well, maybe I wasn't going mad. Another wicket falls, and Danica Roth has to go without scoring, unfortunately.
Very simple catch in the end. Not the shot she would have intended to play. And yeah, another first ball duck for Leicestershire.
Oh, this is brilliant here from Worcestershire Rapids against the Leicestershire Foxes, and this double header here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Get yourself down here. This could be a historic victory here for Worcestershire. Let's see, new batter to the crease, and Leicestershire Foxes are 45 for 8 as Roth departs across the boundary rope.
Will be April Harathgate coming in for Leicestershire.
Oh yeah.
An exciting bowler, but she's got a job to do with the
Yeah.
bat. This game is actually reminding me of when we were here last time, when it was Worcestershire against Derbyshire. And
and that
it was like
a
the other way
low
round,
scorer,
where
yeah.
Worcestershire really struggled and Derbyshire managed to find their first win. But it feels like the tables have turned, and Worcestershire are very much in control of this game.
Well, they talk about momentum, don't they, and breeding confidence. So I think that's what's happened here. They're on a roll, certainly, as Leicestershire Foxes are 45 for 8. Claire Boycott, the Worcestershire Rapids captain, with ball in hand. New batter at the crease, Harathgate, and her colleague at the other end, Phillips, has only faced one ball and also hasn't scored. So needing to build a platform here. Boycott in, Ooh, unconvincingly, off a sort of batty leggy, and there is no run. We're sideways on, so we can't see what's happening on the other side of the batter, as it were.
I'm really impressed with Worcestershire, I think, because they've had quite a few changes to their side today.
Yeah, some new
I mean,
faces, isn't it?
I think about someone like Phoebe Brett, who's been the wicket-taking option,
That's defended and there is no run.
who's now with Warwickshire, and I mean, she had a fantastic debut up at Lancashire and did really well. And so they're kind of missing some of their key players, but you know, I mean, Caitlin Baker-Smith, you cannot fault her performance so far.
Pick it off your first ball, happy days. Boycott in again, and that's defended down. And again, there's no run. So that's the end of 10 overs. We're at the halfway stage, and Leicestershire are 45 for 8. Both batters yet to get off the mark. Harafke's faced 3 and Phillips has faced 1 in the sunshine here. We're listening to the voices of Polly Starkey, Claire Jenkins and Jim Dale when he's back on the mic. Yeah, great performance there from the captain.
Caitlin Baker-Smith, 2 overs so far, taken 3 wickets and gone for just 6 runs. She's back into the attack. Starts with a dot. Yeah, Claire Boycott, her 4 overs, 4 wickets for 9 runs, which is just exceptional.
Yes.
Another dot ball, the score staying 45 for 8. Phillips needing to get off the mark here, but finding it difficult against the teenager who's come into this side and, as we've highlighted, has been so good. Chipped in the air but will fall short, and
she
no
could
run
easily
available.
have had a couple of return catches. I mean, not easily in terms of actually they were difficult chances.
Yeah, there were 2 kind of
but
half
she could easily have had another couple of wickets.
I think definitely the one where she kind of stretched out to her
Yeah,
right.
that
The
was
one overhead I
amazing.
think was a bit high.
Yeah.
Clipped into the leg side. Little chip and run. Now take the single, rotate the strike. 46 for 8.
Baker-Smith doing all right as well. There are 2 wickets.
Harafke facing and defends that.
Nice textbook defence there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Head over the ball.
I don't think Leicestershire particularly need defence right now. They'll want to get a couple more runs. I mean, yes, maybe avoid being bowled out, but I don't know if they'll do it for 10 overs. Final ball of the over from Baker-Smith, and finishes with a dot. An exceptional over, just 1 from it.
Wow. Just wow, really, from both ends, but certainly the youngster Baker-Smith. So 11 overs gone. Leicestershire are 46 for 8. I don't think Leicestershire would have expected to be in this position as they came on their coach this morning. Discussions would not have been what happens if we lose 8 wickets in the first half, effectively. Wow. So we've got a change of bowling from the Diglis end.
Bowling from 50%, Bryony Gilgrass.
Bryony Gilgrass, thank you very much from the PA.
I mean, Leicestershire will be gutted with this, seeing another wicket-taking option. Come on. They've got plenty at their disposal.
And
5 for 19 against Derbyshire.
yeah, it's good. Gives Worcestershire even more confidence, as that's just dotted back to the bowler. Yeah, 5 for 19. Happy days from in the win against Derbyshire. And in those 5, it was their 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6 batters. So the head of the batting there, as that's played straight to mid off, and there's a bit of a shy. Misses, and they get through for a single. Slightly panicky running from Leicestershire, and needless to say, after the little panic, there's a little chat to just calm things down a little bit. So Leicestershire are 47 for 8, and Phillips is on 2. Harathji, who is about to face, is still not off the mark as Gilgrass comes in again. Played into the leg side. It's fielded quickly, and they don't dare take a single there.
Yeah, a lot of hesitation there. Just kind of came down the track and paused, went back.
They are, a little bit of panic here from Leicestershire, middle to back order.
47 for 8.
Yep.
Phillips on 2, Harathgate yet to score.
It's played up in the air. I think it's going to go into a gap. Yes, it is, bouncing in front of the fielders. As they take a second. 2 runs more to the total, so they are getting closer to that 50. Now with 49 for 8. Approaching the end of the 12th over here. Gilgrass with ball in hand. Harathgate to face. Plays it up in the air again. It's come off and over the edge, but it's going to drop in front of the field and then spin. Just the one to the total, so they get to their 50. So 50 for 8 are Leicestershire here at Visit Worcestershire No Road. One more ball to go in this over. Gilgrass to deliver it. It's up in the air again. Fielded by the bowler. That's the end of the over. So 12 overs gone. Leicestershire are 50 for 8. Harathgate on 3. Phillips on 2. You mentioned that Gilgrass has just finished. Yeah, she's 5 for 19 in that win against Derbyshire. She's also second best bowling in this competition, this division of this league, as it were, the North Division. There are 5 teams also in the South Division. There are some other games going on today as well in this division. So Glamorgan are taking on Gloucester at Sophia Gardens, Kent are playing Middlesex at Canterbury, and Yorkshire have got Northants at their home Headingley today. So there's some other games going on. I'm sure Michael McCann will be looking after you at Yorkshire. I'm not sure who are in the 2 South games on the commentary there.
Flora Birtwhistle is back for Worcestershire. 4 runs from her first over. Now into a second. Harathgate facing. And starts with a dot to continue that pattern. 50 for 8, and the score remains. A swipe at it.
There's a
couple of gasps.
Yeah, there's a real mystery, isn't there, about Flora Birtwhistle's bowling. She's sort of concealing the seam and bowling through the umpire, and what's she going to serve next?
Just chipped into the offside, but no run available. Yeah, I mean, I remember watching Birtwhistle, I think for the first time a couple of seasons ago when it was the old county setup. I think I probably saw it at Bromsgrove Cricket Club or something. Yeah. And I just loved her action. Oh, she's made it complicated for herself. Got a little bit stuck. 50 for 8 the score still. And yeah, it's slightly unpredictable, but yeah, I just loved her action, how she can make it really loopy, but then it can actually kind of be a little bit zippy. So a loopier one this time, chipped in the air. The catch should be taken, and it will. A wicket for Flora Birtwhistle, and the 9th wicket falls. 50 for 9. Leicestershire sink 2, and
everything's spinning. The loopy delivery, it's spinning in the air, it's spinning off the pitch.
Harathgate will have to depart for just 3, and Leicestershire will be pretty disappointed with this performance.
So Worcestershire really need to kind of finish this now, don't they? To make it as easy as possible in the heat here at Visit Worcestershire New Road.
Just get the job done.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been playing for less than an hour and they've almost finished the first innings, which is quite something.
One more wicket to get then.
Emma Thatcher is the incoming batter for Leicestershire.
We're going to see some left arm spin from Emma Thatcher later, aren't we?
Yeah, she's a nice left arm bowler. Signed from Derbyshire. And was the leading wicket taker in the county champs last season.
Great stat. Have you got some lovely niche stats again?
With Derbyshire, there were some funky ones.
Out niche me.
Like national ballroom champions and all that sort of thing. I'll see what I can come up with. Burt Whistle to continue. Final ball of the over. That's just left by Thatcher. So 13 overs gone, 7 overs remain, 50 for 9, and Worcestershire will be delighted with their performance so far. Just 1 wicket they need to get this innings wrapped up. Claire Jenkins will be departing and Jim Dare will be joining me shortly. Ellie Phillips and Emma Thatcher at the crease for Leicestershire having a big discussion. Just trying to figure out what they're going to do.
You ladies did this to me last time. I went and had a break and all the wickets tumbled. What's going on?
This is what we were saying. It felt very familiar, but just the other way round with Worcestershire on top.
Well, we're going to see more spin. It's Bryony Gilgrass into a second over from the Diglis end. In she comes. Phillips waits. Onto the back foot there. I mean, look, what a story. A youngster, 15 years old, on debut. First ball, have yourself a caught and bowled. I mean, the nurse must have been rattling. Good crowd in as well. And of course, Boycott doing what Boycott does. That's a big swing. A thickish inside edge. Gets away with it, though. Difficult one to know how to play this. Do you look to bat out the overs, knowing there's a ball with your name on it, Pol, or do you just play your game? See what you can get?
It's a lot of overs to bat out, and, you know, I think Ellie Phillips has a big job as kind of the in-batter, even though, you know, she scored 3, but she's faced 10 balls, and I think they just need to try and get a couple more runs. I don't think realistically they will bat out the remaining overs, but, you know, they're not going to be able to put a competitive total on the score. They'll have to just back it with the ball.
Well, that's a full bunger, and swiveled on that, and just the one. It was on the bare edge of the waistband, wasn't it? But has it been called a no ball? It has. So we're going to have a free hit here. But we've just seen a display, really, of really good wicket-to-wicket bowling, looking to bowl full and getting a little bit, extract a bit of movement out of this white ball. And we've had just one expensive over, really, which came early. Big, thick top edge, that should be taken. Youngsters underneath it won't count, of course, it's a no ball.
53 for 9. Yeah, good intent from Ellie Phillips. She knew she kind of had to just give it a whack and see if she could get anything from it.
In comes Gilgrass again. And they will pick up a single. Oh, Boycott's made a bit of a hash of that. They won't risk a second. But you're right, I mean, I say it's not a competitive score. We've seen the Rapids have struggled at times to post competitive cricket scores. However, chasing down a low total is rather different, because the run rate's irrelevant. You stay in, you win the game. But it really has been a fine display here in the first part of our double header at Visit Worcestershire New Road. In comes Gilgrass and fires this one in. Big thick top edge, and this should end things, and it does. So off the back of a 5 for last time out, Gilgrass gets the final wicket to complete the Leicestershire Foxes innings. And you have to say it's been an absolutely stellar performance with the ball from the Rapids. Hugs all round. Delighted captain, lots of hugs for Caitlin Baker-Smith, 15 years old, on debut. Couple of wickets in her first over. Another one to match. I mean, Polly, they've just been blown away here.
Yeah, 55 all out. It's quite something. I mean, Caitlin Baker-Smith, what a player. I feel very proud and very, very happy for her, because that is an exceptional performance. I mean, getting a wicket first ball it is one thing, but to back that up and in the end, finished with figures of 3 for 7 from 3 overs.
13 dot balls as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the pressure that they managed to exert, and the Foxes couldn't handle it. So look, let's get through the tail of the tape here. And only 2 scores into double figures, as Sweet scored 12 opening up, but they came off the same Amy Wheeler over. But a huge bowled by Churns for 2. Sweet bowled by Boycott for 12. Then a caught and bowled from Baker Smith to dismiss Weston for 6. Brooker went first ball. She got a first baller to Claire Boycott. Baker Smith, 3 wickets for her. She took care of Watson and Davies, both caught by Liv Goff at the wicket. And then Boycott back into it, a brilliant stumping. Laura Crofts, what a great piece of work from Liv Goff. Managed to whip the bails off before the foot came back down. And Damika Roff, no score. She was done by Boycott as well. The other 2 batters to fall. Phillips was taken by Birtwistle, and Gilgrass took care of Haraska. And those bowling figures, as you mentioned, Polly, really impressive stuff. Birtwistle, 2 overs, 1 for 4. Wheeler, just that one expensive over that went for 12. Churms bowled 2 overs, 1 for 14. Boycott, how about this for a return for the skipper? 4 overs, 4 for 9. 19 dot balls. Really effective. Wicket to wicket. They just couldn't hit her off the square, Polly.
Yeah, I mean, leading from the front, leading by example. Claire Boycott was exceptional, and backed up by Caitlin Baker-Smith. You've got so much experience, and then the newbie on the block. It just worked perfectly together, and it was just outstanding from Worcestershire. And crucially now they'll want to back that up with the bat, but what they've done with the ball is put them in such a good position against a really good Leicestershire side who was so hungry for a win as well, with finals day in their sides.
Well, Claire Jenkins is on comments with us, mentioned that the captain versus captain, that psychological blow, bowling out your opposite number first ball, having them 3 down, and it just had their foot on the pedal, foot on the throat of the Foxes from there on in. So just to finish up then, the aforementioned Caitlin Baker-Smith, what a story that is. 3 overs, 3 for 7, and then Bryony Gilgrass, you cannot keep that young lady out of the game. Talented 360 batter, but she bowls really, really effective off spin as well. And in the end she accounted for the final wicket. 1.5 overs, 1 for 9. What a brilliant performance by the Rapids. It's the first part of our double header here at Visit Worcestershire New Road in the baking sunshine. Plenty of shade though. If you want to come down and catch the Rapids reply and you're in range, get yourself down here, because the Rapids have got a really good chance of getting a win on the board. The men will want to follow suit later. That's not until 2:30. But we'll be back with the Women's Rapids reply and hopefully a Women's Rapids victory as well in just under 10 minutes' time. Well, welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. This first part of our double header today. The Rapids versus the Foxes. It's the women up first, and the women's Rapids, well, they've started fantastically well. New look side, actually, lots of fresh faces in the lineup. And if you're just joining us, well, you've turned up a little bit late to what has been a bit of a Rapids party. 55 all out, the Foxes. It was absolutely stunning bowling performance. Not least from skipper Claire Boycott, who took 4 wickets for 9 runs. And a 15-year-old on debut all-rounder, Caitlin Baker-Smith. 3 wickets for her, 3 for 7. And we're going to see the reply. My name's Jim Dale. Alongside me, Polly Starkey. Now, before we dive into this, you're wearing an Australia shirt. I feel like we discussed this. You're from the West Midlands. Talk to me.
Yes, I got this shirt when I was in Australia, and I really like it. It's a nice shirt. I also wore it for another purpose, which now is irrelevant, because I was going to be going to a place where these colours would have been important for a secret project. But that's now I'm not going to that place. So now I just look like a big Australia fan, which I'm not.
Well, I mean, the intrigue is there, because all we can think about now is the secret place. The secret place. Right, well, okay, look, you get a free pass. It's okay, Paul. You're safe here. We're going to see Thatcher opening up from the New Road end. Claire Boycott at the top of the order, but no Gwen Davis with her. It's going to be Ebony Tweets. So she'll get a chance at the top of the order. It will be Boycott on strike. And this should be, Polly, a regulation chase. The Rapids have struggled with the bat for the most part, though, in this competition. And we saw how well, actually, the Rapids defended 53 against the Falcons. Took best part of 18 overs for Derbyshire to win that one. In comes Thatcher then. Boycott waits. Just played into the leg side. Single taken. Good single there as well, despite the efforts of Scarlett Hughes. Usually keeping wicket keeper batter, but in the fielder with her lone spell with the Foxes. And you feel actually rotating the strike, finding the singles is going to be important in making this a stress-free experience if you're a Rapids fan. Big appeal. Umpire unmoved. It will mean, though, that it's a leg bye. Wicket's very much the order of the day here. I think Becky Brooker's got to be aggressive with her captaincy.
Yeah, you said at the back end of the first innings that, you know, this could be a regulation chase, but what's difficult is you can get yourself in those sticky situations.
It's a good looking shot for no run. Drilled a full toss down the ground.
And I kind of used the parallel of the Derbyshire game, and that actually ended up for Derbyshire not being the simplest of chases to back up their good bowling performance.
Be another single as the men slowly start to filter in for their fixture a bit later on. We've got more pressing matters, of course, first, but I can see Kashif Ali, who's been in and out the side with injury. And I've got a thumbs up from him, so I think he's playing today. This is good news. A game Worcestershire must win. Big game here for the Rapids women as well. That's a great piece of glove work. Helen Watson. Busy in the field, Foxes. They'll need to be as well. I thought maybe they might have a couple of fielders on the drive close in. Try and put a bit of pressure on, take wickets. Comes Thatcher again. Nice looking cover drive for no run, and that'll complete our first over. 3 runs from it. We've seen a couple of crisp shots, some solid footwork as well, so it seems to be mentality out there is positive. We know Boycott, of course, technically really sound as a player, and particularly through the offside, you know she's singing when you see the ball through cover and backward point.
And Worcestershire will know that, you know, it would be great if they went out there and hit big, but they don't need to do that. If they just stick around, the runs will kind of find themselves, really. And with someone like Claire Boycott at the top of the order opening the batting, she We've got plenty of runs to a name in a Worcestershire shirt.
Yeah,
That's a tongue twister. Worcestershire shirt.
Worcestershire shirt. Yeah, look, she's actually been the one constant more than anybody with the bat. Really, really solid. And that's a full bunger. Nice looking drive again. Finding the fielder. Well, let's do a fun one, Claire. Claire's around the front doing photos. It's always good to see. There we are, little photo opportunity. Yeah, we're self-indulgent. We're okay with that.
Ellie Phillips opening the bowling. I won't take the run, which I think there was kind of an opportunity if you're going to push for it. So 3 without loss.
Well, I think you can be more... A side with confidence can be more aggressive and just look to break the back of this chase early.
Fielder able to get down just inside the ring and run through for a single.
Yeah, skipper got down well there, Brooker. But I think the Rapids being where they are, they just want to win games of cricket. They haven't known what that felt like, really, for quite a long time. Big gap between victories.
Exactly, and you've got a Leicestershire side who have come off the back of 3 wins, who very much know what it feels like to win, but are not in the best position.
Deft little touch, wasn't it, from Sweets? Classy little shot.
4 without loss.
So yes, I think we may well see just get over the line with this one, and that's understandable. Get a bit of confidence because, of course, next up, Yorkshire, really powerful side. They have been groomed for Tier 1, and they've got the budget and the players for it as well, and they've won every game so far in this competition.
Phillips in again. This one driven by Boycott. Probably a slight added bit into this game for Ellie Phillips, being a former Warwickshire player. It looks like it clipped her on the hip even. See the replay. They'll scramble through for a single.
It just seems a little bit too paced, this surface. I hurried her a little bit, and the cut she played a little bit earlier in the over was well in front of square as well. So just find a certain length, it just seems to sit up in the pitch a little bit fuller, and it kind of kisses on. So we might have a slightly too paced surface here, but no matter. The upshot of the second over was the same as the first, which was 3 runs from it. The most important, though, is that wickets column. The way that this gets nervy or difficult from a Rapids perspective is if they lose wickets, and particularly in clusters. You saw with the Foxes, they just couldn't put a partnership together, couldn't bat time. Very uncharacteristic.
I think we've got a sub-fielder on for Leicestershire with Holly Whitfield inside the ring.
Thatcher it again. Again, watchful from Boycott, but it's a nice sound off the bat. She seems to be timing it quite nicely. This is consistent for this Rapid side. She'll want to do a lot of the work herself. Clipped into the leg side very elegantly, actually. Plenty of space there, and that's the tricky thing. I mean, trying to defend a total like this is there's just so much real estate out there, isn't there? It's stopping the singles. The tricky bit is how aggressive do you go with your boundary riders? I know we're in the power play, but easy singles will end the game. And there's probably not a single there, and if the throw had been better, I think Boycott would have been in real trouble. But a rush of blood to the head, I think, and that's Hughes, who's absolutely done for Watson there.
It's difficult even taking the risk of shying at the stumps, because if that goes for overthrows, I mean, you can't be throwing that away.
Well, there's a chance here. Actually, Davies won't get round, so lifted into the onside. think about 2, instead they take 1. But I mean, that was a suicidal run. We're just talking about how there's plenty of open spaces. And they just hit one straight to Scarlett Hughes. And I mean, she was barely in the frame, Boycott. And she'd have been right to be rather angry with tweets. Down the wicket. Drilled that, Harathka really. Fumbles that one, but they ran on the shot. I think they'd have got home anyway. But first signs of real aggression there. Ebony Tweets just skipping down the wicket. Kept her form nicely though. Positive intent. Good ball that. Up in the block hole. Saw plenty of full deliveries from the rapid side. Threatening the stumps. But again, 4 from it. Again, that wicket's column still says 0.
That would be the crucial thing, I think. Just keeping Claire Boycott there in particular. I mean, there's definitely depth within the batting for Worcestershire, but they'll just want to get the job done as quick as possible. They've put themselves in such a good position with the ball, and having that complete performance, I think, is something they've been slightly missing across the season so far. So even if finals day is out of reach, good performances and kind of finishing the competition on a high is important.
Well, there's still plenty of cricket to be played this season. It's talk about momentum, self-esteem and confidence in sport's really important too. This young Worcestershire rapid side.
There'll be a change of bowling for Leicestershire with Laura Crofts coming into the attack. Took 1 for 13 against Derbyshire the other day, another former Warwickshire player. Defended by Tweets for no run. 10 without loss. Slightly chipped up, but failed a running in from the boundary. So I managed to get through for 1 in the end. Boycott 5 from 12. Ebony Tweets 5 from 8. Crofts to Boycott. Nice shot, just no run available.
Well, we've seen plenty in this campaign. Well, there's been a double header. The women stick about and watch the men's game. They want to get this finished, get to the food village. It's live music as well. Get yourself a good spot in the sun. Really fabulous day to be down at Visit Worcestershire New Road for a bit of cricket. And it's going rather well at the moment from a Worcestershire perspective.
Lovely from Boycott. Sends it round the corner, all the way for 4. And a couple more shots like that and the game will be done and dusted. 16, 15 without loss even. 41 runs to win. Claire Boycott moves to 9.
Well, that's all they need from the over, isn't it? One strays down leg side and that gets whipped away. All the pressure off, and I shall make way. And welcome back, Claire Jenkins.
Worcestershire 15 without loss. Boycott on 9 from 15. Ebony Tweets 5 from 8. Laura Crofts looking to finish her over, and it's not going to finish well for her with a boundary. Claire Boycott with her second boundary of the day, moving her to 13. The score ticking over. 19 without loss after 4 overs.
I went to see the scorers to see if we could work out this, make sure that we don't mess up the bonus point. So I've been over to Sue Drinkwater and Kate Ollock, and they've got somebody with them who they said, oh, he's calculated it. And he said, oh, it's 16 overs. I was like, well, Well, okay. We get it in 16. So, unless Hypercourse can let us know, but we think as long as Worcestershire get this within 16 overs, they're going to end up with a bonus. But I think that's.
I mean, you'd imagine with the situation of the game, and I mean they've already knocked 19 of those runs off, 37 to win. At this same stage, Leicestershire were 17 for 3, so that was the kind of big over where they lost 2 wickets. Claire Boycott doing the damage there, and Worcestershire now 19 without loss, so they should easily sail to the win, and you'd imagine they'll pick up that bonus point if they can continue at the rate they are.
Shall I? While I'm here, this side. Okay. Beg your pardon. There was a dot ball. Worcestershire 19 without loss. Right arm over. Forwards. Plays that straight to the fielder. Short. Mid wicket there. Short cover. There is no run. Played past the cover fielder this time to the fielder on the boundary. There is a run this time. Worcestershire moved to 20 without loss in this 5th over, so still in the power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the 25-yard circle in the women's game. There'll be a 30-yard circle when the men play later. And again, rock back, played beautifully through the gap there by Claire Boycott. They get through for a trotting and easy single. 21 without loss.
April Horathgay, the Leicestershire leg spinner bowling.
She got a 3 for the win against Northants. That's a dot ball. Yeah, she got a 3 for in their win against Northants. 3 for 11. So no strangers to some great figures there. She continues on the new road end. That's played to mid on. There's a shy at the stumps. Oh, I think that might have been a bit interesting if it was closer, but they managed to get through for that run. And that's the end of the over, so 5 overs gone here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Worcestershire are 22 without loss. Boycott on 14 off 17 balls, and Tweets on 7 off 13. Wow. Worcestershire could not have dreamt of this.
Yeah, this is
morning,
an ideal scenario for them.
Sunshine, getting an opposition out for a low total.
Yeah, this is kind of the nightmare scenario for Leicestershire. As we mentioned, they're pushing towards finals day, and they're really hungry for that final spot. And they did so well in the T20 Cup, the Knockout Cup, getting through to the quarterfinals. Obviously then faced Lancashire, which was a challenge, and I don't think their bowling was particularly bad, but obviously they're batting against a tier 1 side who Sophie Eccleston, and I think Kate Cross was also playing in that game, so
solid.
It's a tough one really, but they have been a good T20 side across the competition so far, so this is a nightmare scenario for them. There's a change of bowling for Leicestershire with Lucy Weston coming into the attack.
Change ball from Timber 73, Lucy Weston.
As if by magic.
So Claire Boycott on 14 from 17, Ebony Tweets 8 from 14, 23 without loss after just over 5 overs. Boycott finding another run, using the leg side plenty today.
They won't want to, Worcestershire won't be that keen on seeing Weston because she took 4 for 20 in their last game. So she obviously likes bowling out Worcester, but let's see how she bowls at New Road.
Oof. Nervy from Tweets, has a swipe at it, but goes through to the keeper.
Some frustration in the body language from the batter.
20-year-old Weston, been at Leicestershire the past few seasons. Slightly chipped up by Tweets. I've noticed doesn't have a number on her shirt.
No, often that's because they're sort of rookies or
Yeah,
they're not contracted.
I was surprised by that because obviously Baker Smith also had a number. Has come into the side today. Nicely nudged into the leg side, and they'll get the 1 run.
Yeah, some of the sides I know what Yorkshire have said that if they're not contracted, they don't have numbers or they're sort of underagey type things. And presumably they get different teams will have different rules about whether they pick their number or they're allocated their number. I mean, you know, we see
some players are quite picky
allocate
with their
them.
numbers. Western in, slap down the ground. Will be fielded inside the ring by Captain Becky Brucker.
That's it.
Into the over. 26 without loss after 6.
Power play done then, Polly. Fielding restrictions lifted. The numbers inside and outside that 25-yard circle are different, the men's and women's game. The women are allowed 4 outside that 25-yard circle. For this, the men's game will be a 30-yard circle and the numbers inside and out will be different. We've got this nice big wave from the umpire. Umpires today: Mel Juniper and Kelly Alcock. Scorers Sue Drinkwater and Kay Tullock. Here at Worcestershire, visit Worcestershire New Road. Boycott to face. That's a right arm over, a bit of loopy spin straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
Danica Roth, the new bowler for Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Just 19 years old. Took 1 for 14 against Worcestershire last time the teams faced each other.
It's a nice dancey action. Loopy.
Yeah, really loopy.
Dipping, a really nasty moment. I think Claire Boycott's just trying to work out whether to come out and meet it and face the possible stumping
Yes,
from Watson, because she's a bit keen on the stumping. She got 3 stumpings last time they played each other.
It's a tough
And
length
again.
to play.
Yeah.
That was
Just
a
as I
prime
predicted.
example
Yeah.
of kind of the scenario they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, she took 3 stumpings against Worcestershire, so they will be wary of going out of their crease, and it's a great combination for them then, for to nick her off with this loopy delivery, just dipping at your feet. And Claire Boycott managed to dab that to 3rd, and it's thrown back in. They get a 1 run there. That's probably the way to play it if it's wide enough to just dab it into that 3rd region. They move the field slightly, so mid wicket's gone out onto the rope here for Tweets, who will face this time. Hits a full toss and it goes straight to that field that they move, but dips in front of her, so she can't. There's no chance of a catch there, but it was obviously a trap. Move back, and I'm going to drop one a bit shorter.
Yeah, Flora Davis not able to get to the catch. It dropping pretty short in front of her.
Yeah. Boycott this time. Plays that into the offside and just trots through for a single. They don't need to take any risks here. The Worcestershire chasing a short, small total. That's the end of another over. Getting through those overs quickly with the short run up of the spin bowler there of Roth. So 7 overs gone. Worcestershire are 29 without loss. Boycott on 18 and Tweets on 10. You're listening to the voices of Jim Dale, who's stepped away a moment, Polly Starkey, MCC, Young... No, okay. Last year, yeah, award-winning, and Marathon Woman, that's what I was awarding you for, the Marathon Woman.
Well, to be
The
fair,
Marathon Woman.
there's a superior Marathon Woman on she's not on the pitch at the moment, but Poppy Davis for Worcestershire.
She's a runner, is she?
She did the Manchester Marathon, did it in like 3 hours something, and I think she's doing Edinburgh now next year.
Oh, wow.
So she's a proper athlete. Yeah, she's very, very fast.
Ooh. Just doing it, that's the thing. I'm just envious of you that you can do that. That sort of running.
April Harathgate switching ends. Starting with a dot.
Yeah. Is your dad still teasing you about the running? Is he running as well?
Yeah, I mean, we're both still running just about.
Yeah.
Rathgate in, and we'll go through to the keeper. Yeah, I had a little 3-week break because I did the Edinburgh half 3 weeks after the
Just
marathon.
drop that in.
So I needed a little bit of time to recover, and I've been running for the past 2 weeks, and it's so hard to get
In the
back
heat.
into it after. Yeah, the heat's been brutal.
Cool moment.
Boycott tries to make proper contact, won't get the run. So yeah, it's difficult to get back into it, but I've got the Great North Run in September and then the Manchester Half about 2 weeks later. So I've got to be on it. But I love it, so it's all good.
It's handy.
Nice from Boycott. There's a misfield as well, which will help her. They'll just take the one in the end. 25 runs to win. 31 without loss. Boycott on 19 from 27. Tweets on 10 from 18. Swept by Tweets. This is all they need to do at the moment, just knock down those runs gently.
Yeah, they need to be steady here. Claire Boycott needs to draw on all of her experience.
Nice slap down the ground by Boycott. Was a shy at the stumps, and I think if it was accurate it would have been a close one, but Boycott pretty fast between the wickets. 23 to win, 33 without loss. I mean, we witnessed a much nervier game yesterday at Edgbaston, England versus India in the final T20 of that series. Nice shot by Tweets into the leg side. Deep square. It's a very quick running between the wickets, and
Slightly more risky biscuit
yeah,
than we were
definitely
expecting there.
a lot riskier, but a good end to the over. So 8 overs gone, 35 without loss, which means just 21 runs to win. And Leicestershire will have to kind of come up with a plan to extend this game as long as possible, although I'm sure they'll probably be wanting to get home and forget about this soon.
Probably right up. Yes, maybe write it off to a hot day and a bad start, potentially. Well, Worcester will be well pleased with themselves. This is
they'll be
is good
delighted
so far. Oh, of course, we shouldn't count any chickens, as Danickaroff continue from the New Road end to Boycott. Oh, and reverses that to the third boundary. Is he going to go for 4? Oh, there's a bit of scrobbling on the boundary. It's too far away for us to see how close that got there. They get 2 runs anyway. Was it close, Polly? Did you get a view there?
I'm going to have
a little review of that.
It did look very close.
It
To
was
be fair,
close.
it's not as close from the cameras than from our view,
No.
because obviously we're kind of level with it almost.
It's the opposite side to us. So they're putting in a short third and moving third to backward point as Roth comes in again. Slapped into the leg side dismissively by the captain. That's going to be 4 runs. Oh, Claire Boycott enjoyed that one. That just dropped for her perfectly. Great shot there from the captain. 4 more runs to the total, and they head towards that major milestone, which will take them almost to where they need to be. So Worcestershire are 41 without loss in the 9th over here against Leicestershire, as Roth continues right arm over, a bit of spin. That's going to be given as a wide ball, so another 1 to the total, 1 less to get.
Yeah, 15 runs to win.
Yep. Boycott takes a stance again.
14 now with the wide.
Yep. Boycott rocks back, plays that easily past the cover fielder. Just spread across that offside. Another one. Yes, we think that the bonus point will come if they manage to do this within 16 overs. So how if they're going to do it, can they do it easily here at visit Worcestershire New Road. It's a loopy delivery, risking that stumping from Watson. There is no run. Dot ball. Roffin again, this time to Tweets, right-handed. Rocks back, plays that into the leg side. Stopped by the field on the boundary, and they get a single, so another one less to get. 43 Worcester without loss. Need 12 more runs to win this game in the Vitality Blast Tier 2 North Division. Big loopy delivery. Claire Boycott just swats that down. Just a little gentle push really into the leg side. They get another run. 44 without loss. And that's the end of the over. So, and that's 9 overs gone. Worcestershire are 45 without loss. The captain Claire Boycott on 28 off 32 balls. Tweets on 14 off the 22 she's faced. Thank you, Polly Starkey, marathon woman. Welcome back, Jim.
Well, this is regulation stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have to say, I felt a little bit Danica Roth, very talented young leggy. Difficult circumstances to come in and bowl wrist spin, isn't it? On a bit of a hiding to nothing.
But it's a great combination with a good wicket keeper, you know, because dipping, you know, awkwardly, and then the Ellen Watson waiting, ready to do a stumping. If you dare to go out of your crease.
In comes Lucy Weston then. Full ball and just driven down the ground. Took a 3-foot in the corresponding fixture in Leicestershire. Almost entirely identical as well. So all 3 stumpings. And that day I think the Rapids players were guilty really of not playing the line of the ball really. Yeah. It's heaved into the leg side. Cut off though. It should be comfortable too, and it is. And Ebony Tweets is enthusiastic between the wickets. The only thing only real scare we've seen was the over enthusiasm and the chance for a run out where Boycott was halfway down the track. But otherwise, it's been a very controlled chase. This has been very composed, and they've been positive without being overly aggressive.
Yeah.
And I say that, and that's the end of Claire Boycott.
Commentator's curse.
It is the commentator's curse, and Weston has a knack of picking up Rapids wickets. Boycott will be disappointed yet again. A useful contribution from the Worcester skipper. She'd have wanted to see that through. And what had been absolutely plain sailing, Dale comes back on and dislodges the Worcestershire skipper. I'll apologise later.
Yeah, you better.
I'm sorry, Claire.
She looked dismissively at the pitch like, how did that do that? It was a sort of silent, you know, silent delivery.
Well, there's a little bit of shape there. I felt like Weston had just held that back a little bit. But the first wicket has gone down. There's only 9 needed to win. Boyks will be disappointed not to carry her bat, but she's done all the heavy lifting, really.
Yeah.
And just as I said, that they've just been playing beautifully down the line of the ball, playing the shots that are there, taking the runs on offer and punishing the bad ball. Got a very experienced player, Gwen Davis, into the wicket.
Boycott finishes 30 off the 34 balls she faced with 3 fours. Yes, Gwen Davis, and a bit of left-handed batterism.
Left-handed batterism.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, she
plays
likes
at a field, you know, give them something to do.
Straight away, we're looking at the fielders behind square, and there's plenty of real estate. Actually, she likes to sweep and she likes to reverse as well.
Yeah.
And if she wants to do a little paddle or a sweep, there's a lot of space. Actually, just to say that, Brooker's going to change the field. I thought. No short fine leg. Now. Well, you know.
Since you got last week.
Well, I tell you what, she's been sent back across. So Emma Thatcher has been moved from short third to short fine leg, and then back again for toss, and just squirted out to Thatcher, who ended up moving plenty but staying in the same place, if that makes sense.
Keep going.
You've got to love that, haven't you? The skipper moves you about in the field before delivery. They goes, no, actually, as you were.
Yeah, as you were.
In comes Weston again then. And there's the reverse. And that's a great shot. Really strong in that area. Boundary rider, good dive. but parries it so far away that they should get 3 here, and they will. Well, there was 3 if they went. There was a little stutter, wasn't there? She's aggressive between the wickets. Davies wasn't so sure, so for a moment, a better throw. I say a better throw, it was a long way out.
It was a long way out.
There might have been trouble. Basically, Ebony Tweets is determined to be involved in a run-out today.
Well. I mean, it's a good bit of fielding the far side to parry it round the rope to start off with, so...
Well, it's brought the 50 up for the Rapids. That's a full banger, and that's been pulled into the leg side by Tweets. No, it's I'm being facetious. I think that positive running, that positive intent that she's brought, just straight away, the first couple of deliveries of this reply, looking for quick singles, and they got them.
Well, Gwen Davies is very rapid over the ground, having seen her bat for Central Sparks quite a lot, and actually for Central Sparks here at the ground. We were chatting about that before the game. She's rapid, and I imagine if someone says there's a run, she's like, yeah, all right, I'm going.
Well, she's a player that's in the game, isn't she? You're right, when she's in the field, scampers, covers the ground. Yeah. Got a good engine, a good footballer.
Yeah.
And that helps. So I've heard it's called cardiovascular.
Oh yeah.
I know precious little about it.
What is this cardiovascular that you talk of?
Double thumbs up from Kashi Valley. Great to see him. He'll be playing for the men a little bit later on. They missed him against the Bears on Friday night. But we've got business to finish here. 5 to win.
Yeah. A little more pace left arm this time to Tweets, who pushes that to mid-off, and they get through for a single.
It's there again. Nice looking shot. Go early. It's a good single as well. So we saw a reverse pretty much straight away. She's sort of like the women's Rapids Ethan Brooke. They're serial sweepers and reversers, but they're so good at it.
Never too early for a bit of funky batting. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Again.
It's
back to the bowler.
It's another Claire Jenkins classic. I love it. I mean, quotes, man. We should be memeing you. We should be memeing with you, eh?
Oh, you've only heard half of me. Well, not even half of my theories. Thatcher to continue. Left arm. Tall figure, sort of slower action though. That's played straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, she gets the ball out quick. Good arm speed, but it's a very gentle run up, isn't it? It's
yeah. For considering that she's such a tall figure, but if it helps her deliver, that's fine. Gwen Davies comes forward, plays that straight to the fielder, and there's a strong shout of no from Gwen Davies. She's not having any of that. Worcestershire 52 for 1. Just the 4 to win. Will Gwen Davies be tempted to finish it with one mighty blow? She's had a go at it. She has indeed. It's gone in the air. I think she was listening to us. It's bouncing. Are they managing? It's a long way away from us. Oh,
and that will it be it
over. It's stunned him.
Well, you called it, Claire. You're absolutely right. Cleared the front leg out of the way. Just had to beat the fielder at mid-on. It's such a fast outfield. It was a valiant effort to try and keep that within the field of play. But the upshot of it is, it's a boundary to the evergreen, ever-positive Gwen Davies. It's a 9-wicket victory for the Worcestershire Rapids, and it's been a clinical display, no two ways about it. Efficient with the ball, bowled full, bowled wicket to wicket, got a bit of movement, and asked the Leicestershire Foxes batters to just say, hit me if you dare, and they couldn't manage it. Boycott, brilliant with the ball, 4 for 9, brilliant with the bat at 30. I talked her out, I'll have to own that one. And Ebony Tweets, the first time we've really seen her with an opportunity with the bat, and look, she was positive.
Yes, good.
Played all round the wicket. Solid technique. Impressed with her. Good, another good young cricketer here.
Yeah.
And as Sweet Caroline pumps out around this ground, a good crowd in as well, which is what we like. The sun is shining. The Rapids have won. And the best thing about it, Claire, is there's more cricket to come.
I was going to say, is this the appetiser? Is this good omen for the men's game?
No, it's no appetiser here. This is 2 main courses. We're having double dinner today, Claire.
Double dinner. Another bit of double dinner. So Gwen Davies couldn't resist that little showboat at the end. 4 runs. Nice big blow up and over the field. Great finish. Early finish, and it will be, I'm sure it will be, a bonus point win. So the season for the Women's Rapids in terms of T20s, this could be a big finish, Jim.
Well, they've gone well, haven't they? One away at Derbyshire, one here against Leicestershire. The next game up, of course, on Sunday. We'll have the live stream for that one as well. Looking forward to it, but it's going to be against a mighty Yorkshire
Yeah, I
side.
was just looking at that.
It's going to be a tough old ask, but look, you bowl a good side like Leicestershire, who've won 3 consecutive victories. You bowl them out for next to nothing, 55 all out. And a quick word as well, Claire, on Caitlin Baker-Smith, 15 years old on debut, first ball, a caught and bowled, a great grab as well. An LBW to follow up in the same over, 3 for 7. What a day for the youngster.
Yeah, and another couple of chances for Corton Bowles as well. So, yes, I mean, one could declare one's career at that point, having done that well. There'll be a great story to tell over the years. Leicestershire, meanwhile, will be travelling back to, well, we're going to Derbyshire. They're going to play at Repton School. Now, that is a place that I have played evening league at for Derby. It's like Hogwarts if you've not been. Have you been to Repton School?
I haven't been to Repton School. I haven't played there, but Frank Watson, who'll be joining us later on for the men's game, he was a teacher there. Ross Whiteley, of course, played there, who plays for Derbyshire at the moment, and formerly of Worcestershire Rapids when we won the T20 Blast a bit later on. But we'll deal with those ruffians later.
Yes.
And for now, we can bask in the summer sun, safe in the knowledge that the Women Rapids have got back-to-back victories, a bit of confidence, and a few youngsters who are making a name for themselves. Just to finish up proceedings, we will mention the bowling figures for the Foxes, and they tried a bit of everything. Thatcher, none for 12. Phillips, none for 2. Crofts, none for 9. Hrafka bowled well, actually, 2 overs, none for 9, left leg spinner. Tamika Roth was a bit expensive with her last over, but a really talented young cricketer. Took a 6 for 17 and got 100 for the under-18s last summer. 2 overs, none for 13, and the one scalp was Weston. She has a habit of doing that against Worcestershire. 2 overs, 1 for 10. But Gwen Davis there at the end to guide her side home. Ebony Tweets making a good account of things. 16 from 24 boys, and of course, Claire Boycott. You can't keep her out the news when it comes to Worcestershire. 30 from 35 to make sure her side got home. Look, it's been an absolute joy to bring you this game. I'm looking forward to the men's game, which starts at 2:30. We'll be on air from about 2:15. But for now, it's a big thanks to Claire Jenkins. A big thanks to Polly Starkey as well. What a talented young broadcaster she is too. And we will wish you goodbye, and we'll see you shortly.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Good afternoon and welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road for the second part of this double header. Leicestershire Foxes are in town. The Women's Rapids recorded a very impressive 9-wicket victory earlier on today in front of a good crowd as well. Visit Worcestershire New Road really filling up now for the second part of this one, and the men will be hoping for a similar performance. I'm Jim Dale, alongside me as always Mr. Cricket in Worcestershire, it's Frank Watson. Good afternoon, Frank, how are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Jim, good afternoon everybody. I'm very well, thank you. I'm hoping that the Rapids can put things right after that disappointing performance on Friday night in the big one here against the Bears. That said, they lost to Leicestershire earlier on in the season, as we know, over at Grace Road. We were there, and Leicestershire have a little bit more in the way of motivation than Worcestershire today, given that they are still in with a very good chance of qualification if they can get a win here. So they are probably a little bit more to play for, you could say, than Worcestershire. But at the same time, it's T20 cricket, Jim. We don't know what to expect. Anything could happen, couldn't it?
Well, the players are on the way out, and a guard of honour from the youngsters at Martley Cricket Club, which you like to see. Leicestershire won the toss, elected to bat, and out comes Sol Buddinger and Rishi Patel. So we'll give you the team news. We'll start with Worcestershire, and rather like Friday, like a busy nightclub, it's 1 in, 1 out. Adam Hose this time injured. He doesn't make the cut, but Kashif Ali comes back from injury to take his place in the middle order. So the Worcestershire lineup: Brett D'Oliveira and Isak Mohammed slated to open up. Gareth Roderick will have the gloves. Kashif Ali, Ethan Brooks, Henry Cullen, Ben Dwarshus, Tom Taylor, Fateh Singh, Adam Finch and Karam Shahzad. And the Foxes line up the same side actually that beat the Steelbacks last time out on Thursday evening. And it's Rishi Patel, Sol Buddinger, Shan Masood, Rian Ahmed, Louis Kimber, Ben Cox, of course, familiar to this part of the world. He'll have the gloves, as is Logan Van Beek. Josh Thomas, Tom Scriven, Sam Wood and talented young quit Josh Hull make up their 11. And it will be Worcestershire with ball in hand to start things off, and familiar face of Tom Taylor with the new ball. He's been really impressive opening the innings up from a Rapids perspective this year. Good campaign from him. From the New Road end actually tends to favour the Diglis to start things off, but it will be the New Road end. And Rishi Patel facing up to first ball, as Frank was saying. Fox is in a really good position to qualify for the quarterfinals to win. Worcestershire have the slimmest, the most wafer-thin of chances of making it. It's absolutely a must-win.
Good start from Taylor, which we've become used to. He's been pretty good this season and last at the beginning of the innings with the new ball in T20 cricket. Perhaps last season at the death not quite so good. This season been a bit varied. He's certainly, since the arrival of Shahzad, we've seen Taylor bowl his 4 through. Once at the very beginning and twice, 3 at the beginning and 1 in the middle.
In he comes again then. It's a press forward from Patel really. A couple of dot balls. Yeah, it does seem, Frank, doesn't it, that he's most effective first up, and then, you know, coming on as a potentially a strike bowler actually. We've seen him
in
take
the middle.
Plenty of wickets, around 11, 12, 13 mark, haven't we? Adam Finch has actually done a pretty nice job of slotting in the
and it
the
looks
back end
like
too.
It looks like in the last couple of games the Dwarshus Shahzad combination has been selected to do the stuff at the end, at the very end.
And he's bowled him. Well, we talked about wickets early doors for Tom Taylor. Have one in the first over, knock Patel's poles back, and there's no better sight for a fast bowler than that. First blood to the Rapids. Patel goes without scoring. And a sight we've become so accustomed to, Tom Taylor in the wickets. And that wafer-thin chance of the Rapids making the final 8. They're going to have to do something special here, and it started about as well as you could hope. 0 for 1.
Yeah, good start. Tom Taylor, as we were saying, has been doing the business for Worcestershire at the top of the innings with the ball this season, and well, couldn't have a much better start than that.
And it brings to the wicket one, I think, possibly the most elegant batter you'll see in T20 competition this year. Shan Masood, highly experienced Pakistani top order batter.
Yeah, he played really well, didn't he, in the game up at Grace Road. Shan Masood, just looking back at that.
He played a couple of just gorgeous cover drives,
only
didn't
26, but he just played, didn't he? For us to, you don't remember many T20 games, Jim, but to remember shots from T20 games really does say something about them, and they were just beautiful, beautiful shots. So, what an over so far from Tom Taylor. 3 dots and a wicket. And a really good start for Worcestershire. We've got a bit of a hold up in play at the moment. I'm not quite sure what it's all about. We're missing a wicket keeper at the moment. Gareth Roderick.
We'd always advise having one. I think that's our general take,
It helps. He's gone down to fine leg for some reason.
Well,
and he's coming back now.
Well, it gives me an opportunity, Frank, to ask you a question. Now, many people don't know this about Frank. I found this out earlier on. It's an incredible fact that I didn't know about you, sir. The inventor of the inflatable tent. I didn't know this, but
no.
It turns out you invented the inflatable tent before it was made.
I wish I did. I came up with the idea when we had a bouncy castle for my daughter's 4th birthday, and I came up with the idea of a tent that you could inflate, and I didn't do anything about it, and lo and behold, look around the campsites now.
Oh, that's a good delivery as well, fizzing past the outside edge.
What
could have been, Frank? You could have been a millionaire.
Yeah, I could. I mean, honestly, probably. I bet you it's one of those where somebody probably patented it about 50 years ago and then never did anything about it. But I did. We had a bouncy castle for my daughter's birthday, and I said, you know what? It'd be great if you had a tent went up like this. And now they all do, don't they? We're all talking about this because I'm going camping next week. Back to the cricket. Enough nonsense.
In comes Taylor again, guided away, and Masood's off the mark, and the Leicestershire innings is underway. It's not an uncommon phrase that I hear. Enough nonsense, Dale. Time to move on. So getting strong flashbacks to school reports.
Flashbacks to Friday night, I thought, when in that Worcestershire power play. I think we used the word nonsense, didn't we? We couldn't make head or tail of that. But
look,
hoping that won't happen again.
For all you Foxes fans that have joined us, welcome. Glad to have you. And in comes Taylor to finish up the first over. That's left well alone. Don't see many leaves, but the over that Taylor's offered up, it's not a bad move at all. 1 for 1 after the first. But yes, if you're not familiar and haven't watched a lot of Worcestershire this season, look, the bowling unit are pretty neat and tidy, and they can keep this side in the game. We've just seen a lot of indifference, a lack of consistency from this top order from the Rapid side. So this game will, for the most part, hinge on how they bat. And what was a rather, I think a turgid power play on Friday night, but I'm sure the relevant words will have been said.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, Foxes fans that are watching this, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of them, Worcestershire's power play against the Bears on Friday night included 22 dot balls. After 5 overs, they were 15 for 1, and after 6, just 29 for 2, and it cost them the game, arguably anyway. Khurram Shahzad is sharing the new ball with Tom Taylor, comes in now round the wicket from the Diglis end and over pitches on leg stump, and his Pakistani counterpart Shan Masood is not going to miss out. It's a beautifully timed, very efficient little clip off the pads, and it goes down to the backward square leg boundary for 4. Our replays are not working at the moment. We tend to get a black. Apologies for that. I think we're trying to work on it, but a blank screen for that replay. But a neat shot from the elegant, tall left-hander Masood. Shahzad is in again to him round the wicket. And he's bowled him. So Shan Masood takes out the off stump, and this excellent start for Worcestershire has just got a little bit better, because that is a big wicket. Shan Masood bowled by Shahzad for 5. And the score is 5 for 2.
Well, the ideal start really. Your 2 opening bowlers making an impact immediately. Was very much a loosener first up, 2 full, 2 straight. But yet again, the furniture disrupted. Shahzad actually is looking to be a rather shrewd pickup. As you said, Frank, very effective, the back end of things, but
yeah, well,
only 8 balls in here, and Rian Ahmed's already at the crease. In fine form, of course, 52 not out last time out. Talented young player.
Well, he's for me one of the brightest talents in the game at the moment. Rian Ahmed, adding proper batting prowess to his already excellent leg spin. A couple of hundreds in the Red Bull game, I think, this season as well, from memory, and a pugnacious cricketer, but has proved in the Red Bull game that he can play more than one format very effectively. Shahzad over the wicket to him, bowls, and he hammers his first ball away over cover point's head for 4. So a very positive start from Rian Ahmed, suggesting that he is far from fazed by the situation, and it's 9 for 2. Can't take your eyes off it at the moment. Budinger has only faced 1 ball so far, and he let that go. He's been watching the mayhem from the other end.
Well, Shahzad is dealing exclusively in boundaries and wickets, and that's T20 in a nutshell, isn't it?
Comes in again now. Right to left as we look from the dig this end, and that's a beautiful drive from Rian Ahmed, but well timed though it was, the bowler sharp enough to do his own fielding. Lovely afternoon at New Road, as I'm sure it is wherever you're watching, because I'm pretty certain that this weather is fairly consistent across the country. Not quite as hot and sticky as it's been the last 2 days. Very pleasant, and a good crowd in. I'd say it's about 75% full. And Shahzad is in and bowls, and Ahmed is watchful this time on the back foot, plays that back up the pitch to the bowler.
Well, we've got a nice welcome breeze just rolling across the ground, didn't we, Frank? On Friday night, it was.
There wasn't
I don't want to
breeze.
say we're in a glorified shipping container, but we're not far off that. It was warm, wasn't it? It was warm on Friday.
It was more than sticky, I would say. Yeah.
We were ever so brave.
Yeah. Troopers to the last. Shahzad, last ball of the second over. And Rian Ahmed is letting that one go outside the off stump. Bounced over the top of off, actually. Decent over from Shahzad. Conceded 8 runs, 2 boundaries, but did pick up that crucial wicket. And at the end of 2, the Foxes, who chose to bat, are 9 for 2.
Yep, the second over finishes as the first did, with a leave. Of course, very early. 9 dot balls in the first 2 overs though, which brings its own pressure. And we're going to see more of Tom Taylor from the New Road end, and why not? Budinger is on strike, left-hander. And plenty of space on the leg side there, single there all day long. Going to be interesting to see. We've got the same bowling attack, Frank, but when it comes to the logistics, a bit of game management, when it came to that cut-off point on Friday, they were best part of 3 overs.
Yeah,
weren't they?
I had a chat with Alan Richardson about that, and he was not happy, and it wasn't his team that he wasn't happy with. I'll expand on it in a minute. Solid. Yeah, he was not happy with the umpire for making the call, and he was particularly not happy with Warwickshire, and particularly Sam Hain, who he said is never ready and takes ages between deliveries. And then I thought back to it, and I watched a bit back actually, and there was a fair bit of not time wasting, not deliberate, but just dilatory behaviour, shall we say. I thought India were guilty of it as well, even before the nonsense at the end last night in the Test match. Wow.
And that's been absolutely spanked down the ground, straight over Tom Taylor's head for 6. Not much footwork, but bat speed, hand-eye coordination.
Room, I
An
think.
absolutely thumping drive down the ground.
Yeah, we're struggling on replays at the moment for some reason. I think it was his arms that he was given. He was given a little bit of room, wasn't he? A little bit to work with. That's what he picked up on.
Well, he's a player in fine form. In comes Taylor again. Just tickled down the leg side. Brooks and Shazad chasing it. It's a quick outfield. It's raced away. Back-to-back boundaries. And it just picked up speed on this scorched outfield. Heatwave number 3 for the summer. What a change of pace from last year when you needed armbands down here.
It's not only scorched, it's a bit rough in places, and that's not a criticism of New Road. It's the same everywhere. I couldn't believe the state of the outfield at Derby the other night when I went on it after the game. It was really, really rough, and it's just dry, and it's just extraordinary. But that was raced away.
Doesn't have any piece of that, and he doesn't need to.
No, interesting, isn't it, that the way that Rayan Ahmed's played this over 6-4, and then okay, I've won the over. I don't need to do it, and maybe we could say there's 1 or 2 in the Worcestershire team that might learn from watching that and applying it to their own game. You don't have to hit every ball for 6.
What's Taylor's response then? And again, solid on the front foot there. And we're seeing really the blossoming here of it. I mean, he's a super talented cricketer. Got into the inside very young. I'm always very nervous about England. Had a thing in recent years of putting spinners in the Test side far too early for my money. It's a difficult art to master spin bowling, especially if you're a leg spinner. But it hasn't phased him at all, actually.
I think
he's still a very young man, but he's
really developed
so
in the last 12 months, hasn't he? Really has.
Last ball of the 3rd over, and punched away, a little bit uppish off the back foot, right on the top of the bounce on his toes there. But he took the 10 from the over and is happy just to see the last 3 balls through, essentially. 22 for 2.
Yeah, 13 from the over, and the last 3 balls were dots. So, absolutely excellent from Rayan Ahmed, and he just looks like I think just
again, it's
he looks like a player who has come. He knows his game now. I mean, it's probably a bit early to say that, but you know, initially looked like a talented, but or maybe maybe what it is really is that he's improved, and we now know his game, and we didn't before. Dorcious bowls, and this one's clipped away by Budinger, but a good stop by D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. No, I mean, he's obviously improved, and he's come to terms with it and everything, but we didn't realise what he was capable of, and I certainly think he's surprised people with how he can get runs at the top of the order in the red ball game, because you saw him come out in white ball cricket and whack it around. You didn't realise that actually underneath all that there's a pretty good technique as well, and it was illustrated in a couple of those defensive shots in the last over. Proper batter. This one's fetched down to finally. There aren't going to be many 2s and 3s today, I don't reckon. This outfield's really quick. The rope's in, and Budinger just got that one away off his hip, swiveled it, swung it away, and Brooks, quick though he is, no chance of cutting it off. So 26 for 2.
Well, inevitably there was a kind of early comparison with him and Adil Rashid, and Rashid was batting at 6 as a young man and looked like a good batter. He didn't really develop that side of his game. As Budinger cuts that away, but you see Ahmed is clearly committing a lot of time to working on that technique and being solid and being a top order batter, which is what he is here.
Yeah,
you always felt with Rashid that he was a better batter than his career numbers would suggest, and where he bats in the lineup.
Yeah, I never felt that Rashid was as good as Ahmed is now, really, at any point. That's probably a bit unfair on Rashid.
Well, I saw him get 100 at Lords, batting at 6 as a young lad, 12 years ago, and you thought that there's something there, and then it was so bowler focused. I think you're right. Ahmed just looks more compact and organised.
Good running. Good running. They both went straight away, even though Ahmed didn't really know where it had gone. I think Budinger gave him the call. Good from Dorsus, good delivery. He's been good for Worcestershire. Dorsus in this spell with the side. We were talking about this the other night. He's made good runs at various times in the T20 competition, and he's also picked up quite a few wickets. I'll just give you the details in a minute. That's it. There you are. Good example. Right through Budinger. 17 wickets. That's pretty good, isn't it? I think in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 games. I think they think is it the general thinking tend to be a wicket a game in T20 is a fair return. So 17 wickets and scores that have included 26 not out, 21 not out, 18 not out, 42 not out, and 33 not out. So done some pretty good work. And that first over that he bowled cost 6.
Yeah, finished it really strongly as well. First few balls a little bit leg side. But I think what's noticeable actually is that it's something you picked up very early, that his changes of pace certainly, but his natural length on those fast wickets out in Australia, that when he was getting wickets first time round, it was often caught out in the deep, as Shahzad's in. It's another dot ball. He deals in a lot of those since he's come to Worcestershire. But it's the nature of his dismissals as well, actually. Pitching the ball up more, getting catches at the wicket, getting bowls as well. And I think his death bowling is much better than it was when he was first here. And I think it was something that needed to happen when you invest in it's Duffy first instance and then Dwarshus as your overseas. That's what they're there to do, which has been a problem for Worcestershire in recent years. So that's been good. In comes Shahzad again, on the move. Oh, and it just dropped short of D'Oliveira. And hit hard there by Rian Ahmed.
It didn't
straight to that man.
He's on the walk. He's trying to upset Shahzad's length, and he didn't quite middle it. But I think, having said that he's got the technique to play any kind of innings. 2 dots at the start of the over. He's fretting a tad now. I think he wants to hit the boundary. And that's 3 dots. So pressure does build. We've talked about this a lot. Leicestershire supporters will be wondering possibly why. Well, Worcestershire have actually conceded, is that the right word? A couple of maidens in T20 cricket in recent weeks. Once in the 17th over, believe it or not. You don't see many maidens, and we've talked about this business of how the batter starts to feel if there's 3 or 4 dots at the top of the order, and that's another one. Oh, might have been a run out if Roderick had hit. They go through for a leg by. Is there a signal from the umpire? Maybe he got a little bit something on it.
A little nick on it, and it's you're right. It's
but
a little bit frenetic. Well,
so 1 off 4 in this over, 29 for 2. And if you get through an over, any over in a power play that doesn't concede a boundary, I think is very, very good for the bowling side.
Well, Shahzad has just a nagging length. Sometimes he gets himself a bit of bother, drops a little bit short, and at his pace that tends to go. But
comes in there
solid
to Budinger.
stuff.
Big wide stance from the left-hander.
And again,
pushed
they're
out
going to take on.
Oh,
he's got to be close. Well, it's Kashif Ali with the fielding. He liked it. Had 1.5 stumps to aim at.
Well, we got a good view of it.
And
So
it was close.
they always like it if they hit
Ahmed's
direct,
home.
I think. Umpires.
There wasn't a lot of...
No. Ooh.
It's so close. There wasn't a lot of pace on the throw, was there? He was going for accuracy rather than power.
Yeah, DRS would have been involved had we got such technology available, and or if we'd have had the umpires we've had on Friday night, that'd have been given out, because they gave everything out that was run out. I thought a couple that were very, very marginal, and that is
it's going to go down the leg side. It sure is. So,
but umpire Naeem Ashraf definitely erring on the side of the batsman on that occasion, and that's how it should be, and that's how it always used to be. But I think then when TV umpires first came in, and I was still doing quite a lot of umpiring at the time, and they started showing run-outs, and I think there was a collective realisation that for the last 50 years we've been giving people not out when they were out.
Shahzad then into Ahmed, and
that's
that's
a
beaten
really
the
good
bat.
over. Very good over. Three runs coming from it. And what I mean by that, just going back to the run-out thing, is that we were seeing run-outs that everybody thought, oh no, he's in. And then when you watch the replay, you saw that mostly direct hits a lot of the time, especially the bat was in the air, and then umpires started to give lots more out. And for example, we saw a couple in that Bears game on Friday night that were given out that we thought were pretty close. But when you watch the replay, it was all happening very quickly. It was a bit like that one there. But sometimes the umpire just says, well, I'm not sure. And if I'm not sure, I've got to favour the batter. Oh, just misjudged that, I think, didn't he, Tom Taylor at mid-off? It was Budding just straight up in the air, really. Tom Taylor at mid-off. It was way over his head. If he would have caught that, he would have had to have turned round and run back towards the boundary and taken it coming over his shoulder. As it was, he backpedalled, and he just couldn't backpedal quickly enough.
We started the back pedal early, and I thought maybe the angles got me here, but it felt like he was nowhere near on that, and in the end, proved to be true. Cut away. Just be the single though. Boundary rider out there. It's Isaac Mohammed. Feel like it's a big day for him, and hopefully he's between Friday and now. Well, there's a lot of time. He might have been in the ear of Jake Libby. Talk about how to rotate the strike. As Dwarshuis comes in from the Diglish end, deep in his crease. It's a waft really from Rian Ahmed through to Roderick.
Well, there's definite new sort of policy in power play. Worcestershire, 2 from Shahzad, 2 from Taylor, 2 from Dwarshuis, and so far, certainly today, early wickets help as well. They've been pretty economical.
And that's been absolutely crunched. Deep in his crease, through the line of the ball.
Great
caught
shot.
in the cat in the
Great
in the
crowd catch. Replay of the crowd catch, please. Arms again. Width is what's done him. Didn't see who it was, but it was a good catch. What will Dawson's response be?
And trying to be inventive there.
See,
it's been given wide.
It's a great shot. It's his arms that have done it. If he's given his arms, and by that I mean a little bit of width to work with, Ahmed will take it on. If you bowl much straighter at him, he's much more likely to do something more conservative.
Dwarshuis in again.
Doesn't time that one. But what my argument, and I came out with it several times the other night in the game against the Bears here at New Road, and I've come out with it on various other times, and it's particularly relevant if you're a Leicestershire supporter watching this and you haven't seen much cricket at New Road in the last 2 or 3 years, and I'm not talking about red ball cricket. The scores here have not been massive.
That's been cracked away as well.
Brilliant shot.
So the power play
over
finishes with a boundary.
14 from that over. 45 for 2 off the power play, and this is where I was going with this discussion. So the scores here have not been massive. We reckon 175 is par, and given that, a power play of 45 for 2 is not bad at all. Now you might say, if you're watching cricket generally around the country and you see power plays of 60, 70, 45 is not good, but a power play of 40 odd here at New Road is not actually below par at all. And they've only lost 2 wickets.
No,
given where they were, 5 for 2, pretty good. And Ray and Ahmed, wow, a couple of great shots there. Great shots. Adam Finch introduced at the New Road end. But Budinger is not quite ready.
Has he got enough on that? Oh, it's not the best piece of fielding. And I think that might have gone all the way. Hands to it, but no control. Looking for confirmation.
I think it cleared him, actually.
Yeah.
Cleared him quite comfortably, I think. I don't think he got his hands through. I think he gave up with the hands in the end, didn't he? Anyway, 6. Not the best of starts for Finch.
It's been given as 4.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, he maybe made a mess of it then. Fateh Singh, that's a good stop. And Dorsus, good fielder, isn't he, for a big man? He gets down ever so well.
And in that part of the ground as well, Frank, that gets past him. And although it was like just a little guided shot behind square on the offside, there's every chance that races away.
So it was Fateh Singh down there, got under it. It looked as though he fancied it, didn't he, at first? And then, well, just tipped it over the bar then, did he, if he got his hands to it?
Well, it's dropped inside the rope, so it's a misjudgment.
Yeah,
Certainly.
It is.
That's on the up, through the offside. There's enough on that. Is it going to be pulled up inside the rope? It is just about. I'll take a couple. Uppish but safe. But as you're saying, Frank, with that power play, 45 for 2. You still have to go well to get yourself a good score. But we've seen here multiple times that you can lose the game in the power play.
Yeah.
And from 9 for 2 as well, this represents a pretty good recovery from the Foxes. It's a periscope sort of shot there from Rian Ahmed. Doesn't make contact though, so it will be a dot ball. But I think Finch will be disappointed really with that first ball. Hopes of getting a wicket. Break through the Rapids would have needed as well. As you say, although Budinger's relatively quiet at the moment, he'll want to ramp things up a bit as that's flicked away. 2 fielders out there. Are they going to stop it? Absolutely not. Hit the surface and just skipped on. 2 players behind square on the leg side. And it made absolutely no difference at all. Oh, that's a genuine play and a miss. He's rocked himself off his feet. He's trying to hit that so hard. But no matter. A couple of boundaries from the over. 11 from it. So a productive one from Leicestershire.
Ben Allison's son. Just popped on for a couple of deliveries while Ethan Brooks came off, but all he had to do was fetch it back. Good over. 11 from it. And, daft as it might sound at this point, Worcestershire Rapids need a wicket, and that's why they've turned to Taylor. And they've got it. Well, there you go. They need a wicket and they've got it. Taylor's first ball, big swing from Budinger, and he nicks it through to Gareth Roderick. So very much needed that wicket. Partnership of 51 for that third wicket between Budinger and Ahmed. Ahmed by far the main contributor to the stand, but nonetheless very, very good partnership. And Ben Cox is the new batsman. Don't think he's batted at 5 before in this competition, but
as a rule he's been in at 6. Kimber's tended to come in before him, depending. I mean, Cox tends to come in if it's a little bit later on.
Yeah.
Good form though, got a 10 ball 20 the other night.
Well, we know very well here at New Road what a brilliant, innovative batter Ben Cox can be, and obviously not only has he got many runs in this format on this ground, but he's got previous as a winner of this competition where he played magnificently on finals day as well in 2018. And he's out there now marking his guard, and I say innovative, he's a 360-degree player, Cox, isn't he? Plays those little, loves a sweep, loves a little reverse, loves a ramp, but can also hit big. And he'll be very, very excited today. Quietly motivated, I would say, to do well against his former employers. And he's off the mark straight away.
Well, it's something that's I'll take a couple that now is kind of taken for granted, isn't it? That 360 playing, but 10 years ago, really, he was doing that as a young man. And as players leave Worcestershire, they almost always go with, the best wishes of everyone. But few are as liked, admired as Ben Cox when he got a gig at Leicestershire. Everyone from New Road wished him well.
Oliver raises his arm at cover. I thought there was a little noise there, but maybe it was bat on pad. Nothing of any interest to the bowler or the wicket keeper. But Taylor brought back to try and break the partnership and manages to do so. But Rayan Ahmed has been the dominant figure. 32 off 25 so far for him. Currently at the non-striker's end.
Ooh, that one will hurt.
That hurt,
that one will hurt.
That's got him right.
Cut to commercial.
Right where it hurts. And Ben Cox, you don't often see a batsman go down making it as obvious to everybody on the ground that he's got it smack on target, but that one has. And Ben Cox, well, it's horrible. I mean, I've had that happen to me, and I can tell you, there'll be many of you watching and listening who know this, I can tell you that is horrible. It really is. Just makes you feel sick.
He was walking down the wicket as well, so it wasn't like he could take evasive action and sort of try and twist his hips and...
No, he's in a lot of trouble. It wouldn't surprise me if he even has to retire here. And they come out and commiserate and give you a drink of water. None of it of any use whatsoever. The only thing that helps is a bit of time, and sometimes even that is not sufficient. I've had it happen to me both keeping and batting, and it is horrible, just horrible.
I'm sure there'll be no Worcestershire players out there having a little chuckle to themselves.
Well, they did, to be fair. Quite a few of them gathered round in sympathy, but now they're walking away. They might be having a little snigger, I think. So Patel out for 0, Masood for 5, Budinger for 15, and Leicestershire quite well placed at the moment on 58 for 3 in the 8th over, mainly thanks to that partnership of 51 for the third wicket between Budinger and the excellent Rayan Ahmed. But we have a pause in play as poor old Ben Cox has just got hit right where it hurts by Tom Taylor, and he's taken, and I don't blame him, a few minutes just to get his breath back
regain his composure.
Yes, regain his composure.
Think about his
very,
life choices.
Very nice way to put it, regain his composure.
Well, it gives me a little opportunity to talk about the women's Rapids, who were in action a little bit earlier on. A really impressive 9-wicket win against Leicestershire Foxes. We were there first time round, weren't we, Frank?
We were.
And we saw Francesca Sweet hit a fantastic 67 in a really dominant display at the Upton Steel County ground. Well, Worcestershire got their revenge, and there's a couple of stories to mention that. They bowled Leicestershire out for 55 first up. Claire Boycott, skipper, took 4 for 9 with the ball, but a story and a half. 15-year-old Caitlin Baker-Smith in the side because Phoebe Brett, a 19-year-old spinner, was called up to first-tier cricket. Warwickshire wanted a player, and she took 2 wickets in her first over, took a wicket with her first ball in the first team at New Road here, finished with 3 for 7. 15-year-old through the player pathway. Really impressive display and a comfortable win for the women. Can the men do the same? In comes Tom Taylor.
And the recovered Ben Cox takes a quick single away on the leg side. He's so sprightly between the stumps, Cox, and even though fielder Kashif Ali coming in didn't have far to go to pick that up, Cox comfortably home, and he'll feel better. Get himself moving again after that knock, and also get to the non-strikers in for a few minutes. 59 for 3. Last ball of the over, the 8th. Rayan Ahmed on a belligerent 32. And he's gone. Rayan Ahmed caught behind. That is a massive wicket. A massive wicket. Ahmed is not happy with the decision. Not happy at all. Can't believe it. Inside edge, I think. Good catch by Roderick. Low to his left. Rayan Ahmed will be attracting the attention of the match referee here, I think. Very, very slow to drag himself from the crease. And well, that bringing back of Tom Taylor to bowl that 8th over has proved to be absolutely crucial, because with the last ball of it, he's picked up a second wicket in the over, a second catch for Gareth Roderick. And we've got 2 new batsmen at the crease with the Foxes on 59 for 4 off 8.
Well, Sam Shaw, who often does the directing here in our comms pod, Frank, asked me how I thought Rayan Ahmed would go today. And I said, do you want me to be specific? He said, yeah. So I said, you'll get 32 from 29 balls.
I don't believe you.
It's true. It's an absolute true fact. I will get it backed up. There we are.
You should have been on the phone to a bookmaker, I would say.
Well...
And then you would have been a millionaire as well.
Oh, Frank, now we're talking. I'd have bought you an inflatable tent.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
A big one.
It's a rare moment of clarity from me in that part. Adam
That's
Finch
incredible.
back into the attack. In comes Finch, and he's on the money there, culling in quickly.
You said 32 off 26 balls.
No, I said 32 off 29.
Ah,
so I was,
okay. You wouldn't be a millionaire then.
No, but it's pretty good going. It's predictions going.
Very good.
It's,
4 4s and 2 6s, or did you not go into that?
I didn't go that far. I thought I was pushing my luck as it was.
Yeah. Well, it was a great innings. He played really well, and he wasn't happy. Whether he thought he didn't nick it, or he thought it hadn't carried, I don't know.
Finch and Cox on the move, and
nobody
clubs it to Taylor.
Nobody seemed in any doubt about it, as far as Worcestershire were concerned. The bowler and the keeper appealed straight away. Taylor did that usual thing where he runs through his arm in the air when he knows it's out. Rayan Ahmed couldn't believe it, could he? Unless it was just disappointment. I don't know. I think it wasn't, was it?
I think it lingered a little bit too long for it to be disappointment.
I agree.
But he's back in the hutch. And Cox has pulled this away. Clears the man close in.
That's a good
no
shot.
danger there. 4 runs to the former Worcestershire keeper batter. Just
long hop, to be honest.
Yeah, it was short, and you find that back of a length you can just about get away with. If you bowl short here, you tend to go, and you've just got to beat that man close in. The upshot of it is that D'Oliveira's had a word, and so Henry Cullen moves out from mid-wicket to out on the boundary, deep mid-wicket, as Finch is in again. Cox again moves forward, then just tucks it into the leg side for a single. Boundary followed by a single. Just
Non-striker couldn't believe it either, you know, that dismissal. Just have another look at it. It's difficult to say looking at this replay. Outside edge, if anything. No, non-striker was equally dismayed.
Good bumper. Although the square leg umpire actually said he's just going to suggest it's a wide, and it's been given.
He's quite tall, isn't he?
I was going to say Kimber. Oh yeah, it's probably just a bit too high.
Kimber looked hard at the umpire.
Go on, please.
Seen him do that before as well, actually, Louis Kimber. Just occasionally, players try and put a bit of pressure on, don't they, with their body language.
It's flashed away, thickish outside edge for a single.
But still plenty of batting to come in this Leicestershire side. I mean, Kimber is capable of being extremely destructive. Cox, I think, is just he'll just be looking at this now and thinking, well, I'm going to be 15 not out at the end here. And then you've got Van Beek, who can give it a right good whack, as we know, and also a former pair. And Thomas and Scriven as well, both capable. So there's still lots of runs in the dugout. And
Drilled
that's a
down the
super
ground.
shot. Wow.
Just skips down the wicket, drilled straight and hard. 4 runs. He looks like he means business, doesn't he, Frank?
He certainly does. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Really good from Cox. And Finch looks as though he's under a little bit of pressure. 2 overs, no mains, no wicket for 22. And you are when they come at you hard at the very beginning of your spell, and that's what's happened. Ben Cox knows Adam Finch very well, of course, very well. Kept to him many times and also faced him a lot in the nets and so on. So unfazed, and he's looked, as you say, he looked in the mood, didn't he? 12 off 9 for Cox, 2 boundaries, both off Finch, and a little bit of rebuilding needed. First spin of the afternoon. Fateh Singh, former Notts left armour. 2 dots to start with. Fateh Singh will have played with Ryan Ahmed a little bit at Notts, I think, because Ryan Ahmed came through the Notts Academy, didn't they? They're similar age. Nice shot from Kimber for a single. And of course, Ryan Ahmed's younger brother Farhan is still at Notts, and a very, very good off spinner as well. Very good indeed.
They always say it, don't they? They said his younger brother's even better.
Very good.
If he's as good as his brother, goodness me. Talented family.
He is very good. Some would say Shoaib Bashir will be under pressure in a year or two. Singh to Cox, cuts away on the offside. Only 1 because Brooks is quick over the ground. Having said about that 175, if your Leicestershire supporters are watching, and they might have heard me say that before as being par here at New Road. Another single here to Kimber. I will add that that's under normal circumstances. Today, perhaps, with the outfield the way it is, you could add 10 to that. But also, the pitch on Friday, and I think it's the same one here today, just helped the bowlers quite a bit as well. So maybe that has to be taken into consideration as well. But I certainly wouldn't be expecting 200 plus. If you get that, pretty unassailable. Good first over from Fateh Singh. At the end of it, we've had 9 and we've had 10, I beg your pardon, and it's 73 for 4.
Change of bowling for Worcestershire Rapids at the New Road end. It's number 77, Ethan Brooks.
Well, Ethan Brooks into the attack. We've seen a few games recently, Frank, where he's been one and done, hasn't he? And he's proven to be a little bit expensive.
Yeah. But now's the time to get that over out of the way. I think if you've got to find one from somewhere, or one or two from somewhere, single off the first ball. But yeah, he went for 19 in his one over on Friday night against the Bears.
Well, it'll be a mixture of knuckleballs and cutters, and the occasional quicker on, but he's generally pace off, and that's a genuine edge, and it might well beat the man at short third man. Covers well. And it's Fateh Singh. So Leicestershire just ticking along at the moment. Run rate just 7.3. I want wickets in hand, and Cox is just knocking it around with the occasional boundary, looking to use its feet to knock bowlers off their length. He's 16 from 13. Kimber yet to play a shot in anger, but he's a powerful striker of a cricket ball. I think there's a bit of work to be done before we see fireworks, but
Old. Johnny Blaine's been in touch on X or Twitter, as it used to be called. At Frank Watson 58 is my handle. At James F Dale. If you want to get in touch with Jim, one or both of us, at Frank Watson 58. At James F Dale. As this one's hammered off the back foot, and Johnny says, why does Brett D'Oliveira rarely bowl? Well, lack of confidence, perhaps. The fact that he's bowled a few overs, he's been out injured, got a foot injury for a while, but it's only bowled 5 overs in this competition so far.
in comes Brooks, last ball of the 11th. Again, it's full and driven down the ground for a single. Well, he's had history of shoulder problems, hasn't he? The last time we saw him bowl, we saw Liam Livingston give him a right good walloping, didn't we?
He's had a history of shoulder problems, but I think it was the other shoulder, actually. I don't think it was the shoulder of his right arm. I think it was his left shoulder. But, yeah, obviously not feeling particularly confident at the moment. Used to be quite a useful bowler in T20 cricket. 6 off that one, by the way. Used to be able to bowl that flat sort of slider pretty regularly with a big long delivery stride, and people didn't get underneath him very much, but
he was good at following,
not at the moment. Not at the moment.
Good at following the batter as well. He's psychologically, I thought it was good, but I think you're right. I think there is an element of confidence there. But it's interesting, no Hindley either.
Singh bowls, and this one is steered by Cox out on the offside for a single.
We saw Tom Hindley a lot at the start of the campaign because you got the feeling that D'Oliveira was reluctant to bowl.
He played the first 5 Hindley, I think, and bowled 2 overs in most of them, 3 in 1. But yeah, I think there was a plan at the beginning. Beautiful shot by Kimber off the back foot, short, given space and time to work with, and he makes sure he finds the gap. Lovely timing. Absolutely perfect placement from Kimber there. Didn't try and do too much with it. Made sure that it went to the boundary. And another boundary here as he swings this one away into the crowd at square leg. So 10 off 2 from Louis Kimber. Very capable of doing this, as we said earlier. And that's a really nice shot. No risk attached to that whatsoever. And yeah, Worcestershire started the campaign with playing both the left-arm spinners, Singh and Hindley, the wrist spinner, and certainly gone back towards more pace on in recent games. Singh's unlucky here because that's quite a good delivery. He's got a bottom edge on it really, and it's sliced away through slip and down for 4. So 14 off 3 from Louis Kimber, and the big over that the Foxes really would have been thinking they needed around about now has come just at the right time, and I would suggest they're pretty well placed at the moment. as he takes another single. 80 for 4 as we approach the end of the 12th. Given what we've said about the par score here, I'd say they're not too badly placed. And Ben Cox is the ideal man to be just playing the Sam Hain role, if I can call it that, as he turns this one away on the leg side for a single and keeps the strike. 96 for 4 at the end of that over, which yielded 17 runs, the best over of the innings. And when I say the Sam Hain role, I mean he'll score at least one a ball, if not more, but not take any risks and keep things ticking over whilst Kimber, Van Beek, people like that play shots at the other end, which is the ideal combination. And I still fancy them to get 175, 180 here.
Well, when you fall down, Taylor then into Cox. Cox shuffles forward, takes a single. We have seen that Worcestershire have been pretty adept actually taking wickets and 14th, 15th, 16th over. If the Foxes can
Taylor's
keep wickets,
last though, isn't it? So
if they can keep
him out for this over.
yeah, not lose any more wickets, then yes, the platform is there. And you're right, is that Cox can go through the gears towards the end of the innings. And Kimber, well, we know what he can do. He can just give it a right good whack.
Jack says about Brett Dolliver not bowling. I'll just pick up on that after this one. He says a single there. It is slowly getting to the point where the batting isn't justifying the lack of bowling. Well, I don't agree with that. I think that's a bit harsh. He is the captain for a reason. And even though somebody else can toss the coin and be the captain out on the field, there's the captaincy of the whole club, the leadership of the group, and all that kind of thing is vital. And I know that every single one of the squad thinks that he is absolutely superb in that role.
Cox on the charge, clubbed to mid-off.
So I think they get a single. I think that's another factor that we and that's incalculable. You can't measure that. You can't put that on a scorecard.
The captain will always be under higher scrutiny, won't it? There'll always be a higher focus, and that's the trouble, is that he knows he's not in form in white ball cricket with the bat. Everybody knows it, so it's always magnified when you're the skipper. It's a bumper that's going to be called a wide, I think. Yes, it is. Tested the middle of the pitch there. Just ballooned up over Kimber's head, and he's a big chap.
Yeah,
so it'll bring up the 100 for Leicestershire Foxes halfway through the 13th, and I think.
I mean, the other night at Derby, for example, I thought his captaincy was excellent, and apparently I heard from elsewhere that on the Sky commentary, some people were asking questions about some of his field placings. But they were asking questions of field placing when Wayne Madsen was timing the ball so perfectly that he was going between fielders, and they were suggesting the fielders weren't ideally placed. It's so easy to sit in a commentary box and criticise field placings and bowling changes when you're under pressure out there in the middle and you've got to make those calls. Far from easy, I think. Taylor in again, bowls. Cox sliced it up in the air. Has he given it away? No, he's got away with it as Isak comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. Just sliced away uppishly, but landed well short of Isak in the covers. But he wasn't in control of that. Unusual for Cox. 101 for 4. And Taylor with one delivery left in his spell.
A case really of that rather eccentric looking fielder out in the deep that was almost behind the bowler's arm, and if it comes off it looks great, doesn't it? Taylor in, then Kimber just pushes us away for a single, and that will conclude things. They're going to come back for 2. That's brilliant running. I thought Tom Taylor was going to complete the fielding himself. Left it to Brooks, and they've taken 2, but it still represents a very good effort.
taking 3 wickets.
Tom Taylor applauded by the crowd. 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 24. Pretty good from him, and he has been a very, very consistent performer with the ball in this competition for Worcestershire this season. Ethan Brooks is going to carry on from the New Road end. So Taylor, 13 wickets now. He's bowled 4 overs in all but 3 of the games. And I'll give you a stat here. I say carry on for Ethan Brooks. He's not carrying on because he's coming on at the other end. Good running again for 2. These 2s are really impressive, as they were at Headingley when we saw that Luxton-Walton partnership, and Worcestershire were unable to match it. It's a lot of 2s on a big ground, not so many on a ground like this. And here's that stat that I was going to give you for Taylor. So he's bowled 4 overs in every game apart from 3, and he bowled 3 in those. And the most runs that he's gone for, dot ball, is 36. And he's gone for under 30 once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. That's a pretty good indication of how well he's done for Worcestershire in this competition this season with the ball, Tom Taylor. Diving attempt at backward point there by Dorsius. They get back for 2. So quick between the wickets, these 2. Ben Cox always been extremely fit and sharp, and he's now 26 off 22. Kimber 24 off 15. Brooks, a little skip just before he bowls, pulled away on the leg side. Just tries to, just does that occasionally, Ethan Brooks, and it is deliberate, I think, as he runs up. Just occasionally a little high step as he hits the crease, just to try and disturb the batter's thinking a little bit. Not quite the Darren Gough open mouth, tongue sticking out. Bowls pace right off this one and whacked off the back foot for 4 by Kimber. Had all the time in the world, having seen that it was a slower ball, just waited, checked himself, and then flat batted it through mid-off. Dangerous player, Louis Kimber, 28 off 16 there. And he got this one away for 4 as well. Takes one hand off the bat, but away it goes. An expensive over from Ethan Brooks then. And that's the trouble when you take the pace off, and Brooks is very much that sort of bowler. If he doesn't get it right, then the batsman's got lots of options, and he's been expensive in that over. That over has cost 21 runs, and it's 117 for 4 at the end of 14. It's not cost 21 runs. It's because I've missed an over. It's cost 13 runs, but 170 for 4 at the end of 14. And Dorsius coming back in. So we'll have Dorsius. Then we've got
Shazad, Finch,
Shazad,
Dorsius.
2 more. Singh 2 more. Does he go back to spin? These 2 both in and going nicely. And I said it before, there are certain times where a captain will look around and think, well, I really need a wicket, and this is one of them. But Ben Cox always bats with great poise, doesn't he, and calmness, and just tucks that one away. He knows exactly what he's doing. I think it's a fair comparison, the old, I haven't thought of it before, but the Sam Hain comparison, when he's playing this kind of role, is it's just what we've seen Hain do so many times for Warwickshire.
Dorsius then into Kimber. It's quick. Edged and
Got
gone.
him. I must keep saying this, need a wicket.
And that's 2 in a row, Frank, isn't it? But he's nicked off. And he's got to go. Wicket badly needed from a Rapids perspective. These two going well. And again, we've mentioned it before. He's taking wickets, caught at the wicket, bowls, attacking the stumps. Altogether more dangerous bowler. This time round in a Rapid shirt, Ben Dwarshus. Just going back to Ben Cox, I think even since he left Worcestershire, he looks like he's just making he makes good decisions. And Cox will be joined by Logan Van Beek.
That was a partnership of 59, I think, for that 5th wicket, which came in no time, really, didn't it? 6 overs, I think. Logan Van Beek, very much a perfect man to come in at this point, and Cox can continue to play the role that he's playing at the moment. Time for me to drop in my bombshell that you may not know, James.
Okay, well, we've gone formal, I like this.
Worcestershire listeners will know, because they may have heard me say it before if they're regular listeners. But Leicestershire listeners will probably have no idea about this, but Logan Van Beek is directly related to Brett D'Oliveira.
I did know that.
Did you?
Yeah.
You've heard me say it before.
I have, yeah. Dwarshus in to Van Beek, one of my all-time favourite Worcestershire players.
It is an extraordinary thing, isn't it? And it was Logan himself who told me about it, and I've forgotten the exact details. Got it written down on a piece of paper somewhere that he gave me and said, get that into the commentary. This is when he was playing for Worcestershire. One of Brett's grandfather's brothers.
Watchful.
One of Brett's so Basil D'Oliveira, one of Basil's brothers married Logan's grand sister or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, they're about third cousins or something like that. But they are. He drew the family tree for me and showed there is a direct link. So yeah, funny old world.
In comes Dwarshus again then. Van Beek on strike. Driven straight to that man in the offside. They'll take a single for the spill.
Driven to his cousin.
The 0.5 degrees of separation
9
is
times
Worcester.
removed. Yeah. But I don't think he knew at all. And then when he came to Worcester and the word D'Oliveira's mentioned, somebody said to him, well, you know what, you must be... There's a D'Oliveira link in our family, and they found it. And he drew me the little family tree. There you go. I don't think he'll be thinking about that too much at the moment.
Cox back on strike. And pulls that into the leg side, right on the top of the bounce. Well, I keep it in the family club here, Frank. I like that. And Van Beek,
good over.
of course. Yeah, well, look,
only 3 off it, 120 for 5.
Well, I think we're going to see 2 from Dwarshus. He's got 1 more left now, of course. There's 2 more left for Shazad, 2 more left for Finch as well. So those are the 3 seam bowlers, I think, that will close this out.
Well,
they haven't gone this way before.
5 overs left. Yeah, 11 and over gets you 175, and 175 is what we reckon is a decent score here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. So if you're watching and you're a Leicestershire supporter and you think, oh, this isn't going very well, actually I wouldn't be too worried. Look at that lovely view across the ground to the cathedral. Good start to his next over from Finch. Cox can only get a single off that first ball. Van Beek will have played against Finch in the nets quite a bit, I would have thought. They will have bowled in partnership a few times as well.
Yeah, part of that promotion winning side came online for the county championship as well, didn't he, Logan? And he's a lively character. Good at the end of season awards, I reckon.
Lived in a flat just up the road, even nearer than I do, when he was here. And he's off the mark. Busy cricketer, isn't he, Logan Van Beek?
Well,
he is a live wire. You're right. He's a kind of. Well, I don't know if he's got ADHD, but he's that sort of lively, non-stop, energetic sort of personality. Cox is key here, isn't he? If they could get Cox.
Well, they've just sent Long on back, brought the man up from third man, so there's a lot of thought going into this.
But he is perfect in this scenario, I think. He'll score off almost every ball he faces. I would guarantee that. And there'll be a boundary here or there. I said 50 not out, didn't I? Did I say 50 not out? Didn't I? 50, 60 not out. When he had been in for about 5 minutes, and I think he came in at 5. So he came in the 8th over. Oh, Van Beek has given it away, I'm afraid. Gone on the walk. Banged in short, gone for the big hit, top edge, and Kashif at mid-wicket completes the catch. Just puts a little bit more pressure on Ben Cox. And we've said it many times, and nobody listening or watching will think that it's a particular pearl of wisdom, but when there is a bit of charge on, best thing that the fielding side can do is take a wicket. Tom Scriven is the new man. 123 for 6.
Well, they're at it again, the Rapids. Build up to the death bowling, they take wickets. They've just been able to keep chipping away at sides with the ball. It's helped that Finch has been effective in the past few games as well. Young cricketer who has lots of promise here, still hasn't quite gotten over that hump in a Rapid shirt. But recent form has been good. And it will be all eyes on Ben Cox. 123 for 6. It's one of those situations when they were 4 down, you thought a couple of wickets, then you'll feel like they're behind the game. Things can change so quickly in T20. Now Scriven under a little bit of pressure to support his teammate.
Dots are vital. So, you know what I'm going to say, don't you? 1 ball left in the over. 3 gone off it so far. 3 off the one before. If he can get out of this over now, anything other than a boundary, it's a very, very good over at this point. Oof, that's a nice way to finish it. So 3 off the over and a wicket. Good from Adam Finch. 123 for 6 off 16.
Cool, it wasn't far away from the off stump or the edge of the bat, Frank. That's really strong stuff from Finch. So we're going to see
coming.
Shazad.
Yeah.
And it will probably dwarf us with the penultimate over as well. So Shazad probably 17 and 20.
Or Shazad, Finch, dwarfs Shazad, do you think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, probably. So Shazad would bowl 1 at this end and then 1 at the other.
Shazad to Cox. And again, running the first one hard. Won't take on Cullen though. And though he only got a couple with the bat on Friday, really impressive in the field, wasn't he, Henry Cullen? Took a great catch at slip.
90 in the league yesterday, I think.
And ball followed him around a little bit. Really impressive outfielder.
Most keepers are, Jim. Most keepers are.
Yeah.
Of course, you know.
Do you do much of that in your illustrious keeping career?
A little bit at the end. Ooh, well
That's
ball.
beaten
Good
the edge
pace
as well.
that.
So where would you have a preferred spot when you haven't got the gloves?
Oh,
You're a
well,
boundary
slip.
rider?
Slip.
Okay.
No, slip, definitely. Quite a bit of time at slip. But no, not because by the time I wasn't keeping, I was a bit older and I didn't have much of my arm left, so probably not a boundary rider. But no, anywhere really. I think all keepers love to field because they spend so much time not doing it that they like to have a little run round now and again, I think.
Good looking shot. The man out covering though should be a comfortable 2, and it will be.
So I think Cullen will be. He's done a fair bit of fielding at various times, but I think he'll be enjoying it. But obviously aware that if you're not keeping, there's more pressure on you to get runs, isn't there? Obviously, that's a bit of an obvious thing to say, but I hope you know what I mean.
Well, there's a switch of focus, isn't there? An expectation that's going to be called a wide.
I don't think I've ever seen Ben Cox field other than as a substitute. I've only ever seen him with the gloves on, so some keepers just never do. I can't ever remember seeing Stephen Rhodes field. But then, of course, a lot of modern cricketers, Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope and all the rest of them, they're just as adept in the field as they are with the gloves on, a lot of them.
Butler and
Yeah.
Johnny Bairstow as well. Shazad's in again. Scrivens on the walk. They'll take a single. And this is neat and tidy stuff from Kumram Shazad. As you say, Frank, is that when you, in the last 5 overs, as many overs you can get through without conceding a boundary, it feels like really good value. 128 for 6, the score. And you feel like the Foxes, they'll want another 40 really. They'll have to go some to get it, and they'll have to rely an awful lot on Ben Cox, you feel. Looking for a little scoop, and he hasn't got it.
Shazad is at the moment, and it won't last for long. It'll last this campaign, but not much longer. He's got that advantage of being a little bit unknown, I think, to the batters. Just a little bit of an unknown quantity. They don't quite know what's coming. They will do, surely. The analysts will get that information and batters will gain experience.
Shazad to Cox. Pulled away, but it's going to be straight to Cullen. So singles won't hurt Worcestershire.
That's a good over.
Really good.
In the 17th, to bowl an over that only goes for 5. Or 6, I should say, is very good. So the last 3 overs have only produced 12 runs. But if you're sitting at home, Leicestershire fans, thinking, oh, this is awful, it isn't. We've seen these sort of things happen in games at New Road quite a lot in the last 2 seasons. So don't despair. Worcestershire, of course, even if they win, have only the remotest of chances of qualifying for the quarter-final.
That's what makes it exciting, Frank, though. The
One
unexpected
game
glory.
left. Here's Finch. And chipped rather than driven over the offside by Cox. And they'll get 3. Outfield being quick. It landed 15-20 yards inside the boundary, but Dorsh's had a long way to run round from mid-off. So 3 off the first ball. A good start to the over for the Foxes. 132 for 6. I still think 160 is gettable easily. A couple of lusty blows. Still got 4 wickets in hand. Still got a bit of batting to come. Cox reasonably well set. And there's one of the lusty blows, but it goes straight to the fielder at mid-on, who shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, Henry Cullen. But they're in. They got a single.
And how many times do we see, Frank, lower order batters and bowlers, a couple of lusty blows, a couple of lucky fours.
George Garton the other night.
Then get themselves the new ball and that little bit of momentum into the second
adrenaline
innings.
pumping. Yeah. George Garton the other night was a very good example of that, I think. Not always had his finest times against Worcestershire, but he had a fine game the other night for the Bears. Finch to Cox, that'll be 6 or 4. Down, swung away down to long leg by Ben Cox. Very characteristic shot. So it didn't go down into the sweep, but just halfway down, bending that back leg, and umpire still hasn't been given definitive ruling as to whether it's 4 or 6. 4 signalled. So 8 off the first 3 balls of the over.
Doesn't help when the turf's the same colour as the boundary rope, I suppose, Frank, does it?
In comes Finch again and bowled, banged in short, and it's a wide. So Adam Finch just under a little bit of pressure here. 8 runs have come off this over, 9 runs have come off this over, and he's only bowled 3 legal deliveries. A couple more boundaries, and that 160 that I was talking about could end up looking more like 170. That's how quickly it can turn. Just a few deliveries. So we've had a couple of really good overs. 3 off the 15th, 3 off the 16th, 6 off the 17th, and another boundary off this one, albeit Ben Cox not hitting it where he intended, looking to play it away on the leg side. He gets an edge, a leading edge. Well, actually not on the leg side, watching the replay. We are square on here, so I plead a little bit of mitigation. Just looking to sort of slice it away on the offside and got an edge. It doesn't matter, he won't care at all. Fast hands up in the air and away down to third man for 4. Cox is flying. 44 off 33. And that could be 1 more. It's 4 more. Dreadful piece of fielding by Izzat Mohammed at backward square leg.
Well, he picked the spot well. I mean, he managed to evade both fielders, but he's done by the spin.
Yeah, but you should be stopping that, I'm afraid. So, a very, very, very productive over so far. 17 runs have come from it, and 1 ball still remaining. And Ben Cox has raced on to 48, fulfilling the prophecy that I came out when he came in. Doesn't get a run off the last ball, does it? Well, he does now, because there's a silly overthrow. And the really annoying thing from Brett D'Oliveira's point of view will be that he keeps the strike. And it's sliced away to Dorcius, I think it was, at backward point. Made the save. They weren't going to run. He throws at the non-strikers and nobody backing up, and they take a run. And that is a really damaging over from the Rapids' point of view. They're going along very, very nicely, but that over has cost 18 runs, and it's 147 for 6 with 2 to go. So that 170 is now looking very gettable. Ben Cox is in there. He's kept the strike as well. He's 49 off 35. If he stays in, he'll end up on 60 or so, not out, and they will get that par-ish score of 170.
Dorcius back into the attack. Drilled away. That's a cracking shot. That's going to go for 4 as well. It's going to bring up Ben Cox's 50. And it's been a superb knock from the former Rapids keeper-batter.
Really good.
A little bit of everything. We've had the nudges, the nurdles, the inventive strokes. We've seen some power hitting too. We've seen some lovely drives through the offside. But it's a cracking knock on his return to the Visit Worcestershire New Road.
Yeah, really good.
How can Dorcius respond? In he comes.
Slower
taking
ball,
pace
more
off.
bold. There'll be lots of people saying around this ground and on social media and everything saying, there you are, Ben Cox should never let him go. We all know what a very capable player he is. I did say I'd never see him fielding. Johnny Blaine points out that he fielded on the edge of the circle at Northampton in a T20 game once. He was keeping wicket at the time, but Stephen Rhodes, it was not Daryl Mitchell's cunning plan, Johnny. It was Stephen Rhodes' cunning plan. As Cox pulls this away for a single. to have 4 fielders in the circle, but drop your keeper right back and have no wicket keeper for the last over. And it was within the rules. Peter Willey, ex-umpire, I'm talking to him about it afterwards, and he said, typical bumpy, with an expletive in the middle, which I won't include. But I haven't seen Ben Cox field when he wasn't a wicket-keeper, Johnny, because that night he was technically still the wicket-keeper.
Dorchester Scriven gave that plenty, but only found its way to Adam Finch.
But he's played exactly the innings that we expected here, Ben Cox. He came in at 5. He came in, I'll remind you, in the 8th over, and he's 54 off 38. People have played around him. But you know, when he hit that boundary off the first ball of this over, I don't know whether Ben Dorchester will have had that very thought, but
Clubbed away again, just a single, found the fielder.
But he shouldn't have been facing that ball. You know, he should not have been facing the first ball of this over. He should have. It shouldn't. That silly overthrow is what put him on strike. So such small issues can decide games, of course. It's not just the run that was given away, but the fact that he was then facing the next ball and that went to the boundary.
Last ball then of the penultimate over in the innings. Scriven's on strike, top edged, and it's going to fall in between fielders. And it makes a bit of a mess of it. Fateh Singh, they come back for 2. So a slightly sloppy end, you feel, to this Worcestershire fielding effort. It's been really impressive up until the last couple of overs. And Dorchester's bowled okay there. But as we face the final over, 156 for 6, I think what Cox has done really well, actually, Frank, is that he's played some pretty risk-free cricket. And the key there is that we've seen before is that the temptation to hit a boundary and then go and try and hit a few more, you get out and then you expose the lower tail. You can easily get blown away and bowled out for 155.
Yeah.
But he's put his side in a position, as you say, to potentially get 170 here. And that will be a competitive score.
It will.
On this deck.
I think you're being generous about the Worcestershire fielding, Jim, if I'm honest. I think there've been several howlers, including a catch, that went for 4, and it tended to be, I don't know, just maybe we've got to take the outfield into consideration. But we saw the Bears on Friday night, for example, give an absolutely outstanding performance. Their out cricket was tip top on Friday, and it made a massive difference. I don't think we should have been impressive really today. I think they've been a bit sloppy. Good start to the last over from Shazad, who remains a bit of an unknown quantity. Ben Cox looking for that little scoop, which he's very good at, both sides, off and leg side, but didn't get anything on that one. A dot is crucial at this stage. He's been good at the death, hasn't he, Shazad, the last 2 or 3 games.
He'll go for the odd boundary, but the dot balls that he bowls, Frank, it's, you know, he's been in double figures in dot balls in every game that he's played.
Yeah. Oh, but not this time. Beautifully played. Beautifully played. And actually a decent bit of fielding down at long leg by Fateh Singh, who was guilty of that one when I said there was a drop catch earlier. It was him that did it. Ben Cox thinks it's gone for 6. Fateh Singh couldn't catch it, but he's knocked it back inside the rope. Cox is not happy. I've watched the replay. I can't tell you from what I saw, but no fielders, no spectators down there are suggesting that it was wrong. Naeem Ashraf, the umpire, says, well, I don't know. I've got to accept what the fielder says. Cox is suggesting he thinks it went for 6. He didn't know. He did. No better view than we did.
We've just had Fateh Singh shrug his shoulders as well. So we'll call it 1 and all move on with our day. Oh, no, it's been reversed. It is going to be 6.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
It's interesting to know
how can the umpire do that?
What's it based on?
Steve O'Shaughnessy is getting involved now. I honestly don't think. Well, okay. Well, I don't think that. Well, here we go. I'm having a look at another replay. I think it's probably 6. He's knocked it back, basically, inside from outside. And it's just whether his feet were touching the ground. I think they probably were. I think they've probably got it right. The umpire is now very confident, so confident that he says, I'm going to signal it again. And he does, just so everybody in the ground knows. And Ben Cox has moved on to 61 off 41.
And it's going to be a big 4 deliveries here, Frank, isn't it?
And now there's a change in the field. So Tom Taylor goes down to where Fateh Singh was. Now, I'm not saying that was bad fielding, but again, you know, a team that was absolutely on it. There might have been a catch there. I don't know. And he's gone for it again on the offside this time, and poor old Fateh Singh is involved again, and he can't catch it, and it's gone for 4. So Ben Cox, he will, and quite justifiably, be absolutely loving this. And when he walks off up those steps into the pavilion, there are many people sitting there who think that he should still be playing for Worcestershire and we should never let him go. And they will be applauding. And there are all sorts of issues and financial considerations and everything else involved in players moving around. And he's on the charge and slaps this one over long off for 4. This is brilliant from Ben Cox. And I said he might end up 60 not out. He's going to end up 70 odd not out. And he has single-handedly taken the Foxes to 170 plus against his old club. And you are now looking at a par, if not better, score on this ground. So don't think that Leicestershire have underachieved, and don't underestimate it's brilliant from Cox. The pacing of this innings. He came in the 8th over. He has allowed Rayan Ahmed, Louis Kimber to play their shots. He's kept things going at the other end, and now at the very end he has stepped up and he has hit 7 fours, 8 fours now, and a 6 in his 69. And that will be 1 more because he's swept it down to long leg. He has an answer to every delivery that's come along in this over, with the exception of 1, which he tried to ramp. He's had the right shot for the right ball. And when he hasn't played against Shazad before, that's very impressive.
Little mention here for Scriven at the other end, who hasn't got bogged down, hasn't tried to whack the casing off the ball. He's just tried to give Cox the strike. They've gone from Cox, who was almost anchoring. In the last couple of overs, it's going to be Cox that's going to be aggressive. And Scriven's got out of the way.
They've added
not
48.
Let him get on with it.
Yeah, they've added 48 for this 7th wicket.
He could easily have got out early. They could be 9 down, and it would feel different.
Yeah. 49.
They'll look to push for 2 here. And why not?
50 partnership.
Well, that's good going. And as you were saying, Frank, was that Worcestershire kept needing to chip away. When the 6th wicket went down, you felt like there was an opening at 123 for 6. You felt there was an opening for Worcestershire to really close this innings out and be looking at chasing maybe 145. But we've seen an absolute masterclass from Ben Cox. He is a super cricketer. And for all the accolades and praise that he has received over the years in this part of the world, not least for being part of the blast-winning side, he's come back to his home county. And well, let's be honest, he's put the bowling attack to the sword in the last few overs. Paced the innings, timed the innings beautifully. Some clean hitting, some inventive hitting in the last couple of overs. And we said at the start, as we've said on every live stream, you're looking at 170, 180 par score. And while the Worcestershire batters won't be worried about chasing down a total like that, if they're going to get there, goodness me, they're going to have to earn it. They're going to have to work incredibly hard.
Alan Richardson is asking the umpire about that 6 down there. He's not happy with the answer that he's got either, from what I can see. I think he's saying, how can you give that? On what basis have you given that as a 6? And I think it's a reasonable question, to be honest. Having said that, I did say when I saw the replay that it looked as though he'd knocked it back from outside the boundary, but I couldn't be sure. But I don't know. Alan Richardson certainly going straight up to the umpire and asking that question, and he didn't look convinced by the answer that he got in reply. 173 anyway is the Foxes' score. Ben Cox, 70 not out, 44 deliveries, 8 fours and 1 6. And that 1 6 is the controversial one that we're talking about. Brilliant from him. Good also from Rayan Ahmed and Louis Kimber. For Worcestershire, decent bowling. Tom Taylor, the best of the bowlers, 3 for 24. But Shazad, Dorcius, Singh also bowled pretty well. Finch a little bit expensive. It's about par. It's almost exactly par, Jim. And game on.
You're absolutely right, Frank. We're in for an absolute cracker on a beautiful afternoon here as part of this double header at Visit Worcestershire New Road. As we say, Ben Cox dragging his side into a really competitive total. Can Worcestershire buck the trend, start well in the run chase? I think we're in for an absolute cracker. Join us for the Worcestershire Rapids reply in just over 10 minutes' time.
Just about to take this opportunity to thank today's match sponsor, Timo, and our scorecard sponsor, you.
Did Josh come over and...
The thing is, that's all you need to do. It's not like, I mean, it's different. I did it in a team in Surrey game, like championship, which is better. I just have to eat like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and show me, and that's not 100%. So I feel like I can do it on any game, that no matter. But I just have to, it's the initial, like, doing it, and if you're a big confused, like, she just got pressing forward. Yeah.
Welcome back, Aaron Pies, Diane Ashraf and Steve O'Shaughnessy. Opening the batting for Worcestershire Rapids is number 8, Isaac Ahmed, and Worcestershire skipper, Brett Oliveira. The running Foxes, they're out by captain Louis Kimber.
Well, welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. We're halfway through the second instalment here of this double-header, Worcestershire Rapids versus Leicestershire Foxes. And it'll be 174 to win. Brett Oliveira and Isaac Mohammed, the latest opening partnership for the Rapids, are out in the middle. And we're glad that you've joined us for this one. They've made about a par score here, mainly due to some great hitting from Ben Cox. Lovely day here for it. Little bit of cloud cover, which is very welcome. Been very hot again today. I'm Jim Dale, alongside me Frank Watson. And this opening pair of Isaac Mohammed and Brett Oliveira, well, they've got a couple of points to prove this afternoon, I fear.
Yeah, they certainly have. Van Beek from the Diglis end, first ball. Nicely driven by Mohammed, but nicely fielded by the Dutch Kiwi. So yeah, Ben Cox, standout innings, 70 not out, 44 balls, 8 fours and a 6. And it's game on.
Nicely guided that, wasn't it? We've only seen 2 balls, Frank, but it seems to be a slightly different approach from our young opening bat.
Yeah, it does so far. Leicestershire supporters might not be aware of what happened on Friday night, but Worcestershire had a disastrous power play, chasing almost exactly the same score. They needed 177 to win, and they had a terrible power play, and Isaac Mohammed swung and missed at about I don't know, maybe 9 of his first 12 deliveries.
Do you know what? I was just about to tell you, Frank. It was exactly 9 of the first 12.
Yeah, I must
Genuinely
have,
true.
I must have worked that out somewhere along the line. Van Beek bowls and D'Oliveira edges this pass slip and down to third man. And already, you see, brilliant fielding, and the crowd are getting involved.
Well, I tell you what,
I'd say it was a really good piece of fielding, diving stop at
Sam Wood down there.
Sam Wood, and parried it, knocked it back inside the rope. Fielders are, the crowd down there are signalling for. We had an incident earlier in the game where the umpire changed the decision. He hasn't changed it this time. D'Oliveira gets 2. Looks to drive this one off the back foot. Off the front foot, I should say, sort of collapsing his back leg and looking to cut it. Actually, is called a wide by umpire Naeem Ashraf. So Alan Richardson might have even more cause for complaint now. And say, well, you changed 1 and gave 6 when Ben Cox hit it, which was the right decision, we think, but you didn't change the other one. Why? Van Beek bowls left alone outside the off stump and called wide again.
Yeah, it was the right decision, but the process at the best seemed flawed, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the umpire's supposed to do if a fielder 65 yards away knocks it back inside the boundary and throws it in and then shrugs his shoulders. I mean, in a league game or a club game or whatever, you'd be reliant on the fielder, and if he says it's not 6, you'd say it's not 6, but if you've got 3,000 people watching and quite a few of them can see, D'Oliveira has a big drive at this one and misses it, then that complicates the issue a bit, doesn't it? When you're playing in a field and there's no spectators, then I think it's a different matter. And whether those fielders, those spectators down there, were just trying to make a point because of what happened earlier or not, I don't know. It's tricky. Anyway, it is what it is. Cox's was a 6, we think, and quite rightly given as such, and that one wasn't a 4. We've got a pause in play now because we've got a juvenile seagull on the outfield being chased off by Isaac Mohammed. Born this year and not yet familiar with etiquette at New Road. D'Oliveira get 4 here, I think. Or will he? Yes, he will this time. Josh Thomas can't cut that off. Oh, it's not Josh Thomas, it's Wood. Sam Wood can't cut it off, sliding round to his right. Outfield is very quick.
Just for clarity, you were talking about the seagull and not Isaac Mohammed, of course.
Yeah, not born this year, Isaac Mohammed. But in terms of life's expectancy, probably at a similar age. Van Beek again is in and D'Oliveira steers it down the offside. End of the first over. Eventful. 9 runs came from it. Worcestershire needing 174 to win, then 9 without loss after 1.
Well, an altogether much more controlled opening up, really, from Isaac Mohammed. Only faced a couple of balls, but looking to get the pace of the wicket. Guided one away down the offside for a single. Good cut shot from D'Oliveira as well to get his side rolling.
Notice Steve O'Shaughnessy went again to have a word with his less experienced colleague, Naeem Ashraf, after that over. Possibly again a discussion about decision making and clarity and that kind of thing. I don't know. That girl is still there on the square. Doesn't appear in any hurry to get away. It hasn't taken to the air, has it?
Josh Hull is in, and it's a thick edge, stopped it to second slip. That's Rishi Patel. 2 very talented young cricketers on show here. Josh Hull, of course, 20 years old, already in range of the England Test side.
Played for the Lions here last year. Bowled pretty quickly, which is why he's attracted attention, because he gets it through at a fair old rate of knots, and I think he's a product of Stamford School, if I'm right, where he was coached by one of my former pupils and a former Worcestershire player, Dean Headley.
just waiting on that one. But yeah, it's very much the way, isn't it? In international cricket, Ben Stokes and Rob Key, they want quick bowlers. They want you to be somewhere near 90 miles an hour. Real focus on that. And he's a super talented lad. Only played a few
Stanford
games
School, I thought so.
in this T20 Blast, so his 4th game.
He's a big lad, isn't he?
Mohammed on the charge. Thick outside edge, but he was looking for an off drive, and he's got plenty of it. It will be 4, 1 bounce. Little shimmy down the wicket. I think with the field up like that, it's a relatively little risk, really.
Yeah, good shot. I think good positive footwork. Sliced, hit it quite hard. Clear the field. It's going to be 4, but it was much more.
It was
Well, his shape. He kept
wasn't
his
it?
shape, didn't he? Kept
Yeah.
his shape. It's what he wasn't doing so much the other night. I think he will have had a long think about it.
Fuller ball this time, and single taken. Good little duel this between 2 young cricketers. And as-
I will repeat what I have said several times, Jim, and I think I might have said it in the first innings of this game, but certainly I said it the other night. You know, 40 for 1 in a power play, chasing 170, will do very nicely, thank you. For me, doesn't have to be a 60 or a 70 power play.
D'Oliveira on strike then, and that's beating him. That was quick.
Yeah, he's played and missed so many times. He's clearly just struggling, isn't he, for rhythm at the moment, Brett D'Oliveira.
It's tricky when you're playing a lot of T20 games in succession and you're out of form, because it's not like even a one-day game, a 50-over game, where you can spend a bit of time and grind it out, get a few in the middle of the bat, spend a bit of time at the crease, and play yourself into form, grind it out. You can't afford to eat up deliveries when you're at a nick, so he's got to keep going hard. Sure he will. Again, it's a good full delivery. It's a good over from Holt, just 5 from it, all from the bat of Ishaq Mohammed. But most importantly, we're 2 overs in, Frank, and it seems pretty straightforward stuff, but we haven't been in a position by which we've been 2 overs in and no wickets for, well, several weeks, actually. and disappointing that is fundamentally true. Two down very early on Friday night, with 4 for 10 after 3 overs the game before that. We've seen a succession of failings at the top of the order, but these 2, they look determined. They look like, as I said, a bit of a point to prove.
Wow, that's mine. That's 6. That's landed just in front of us. First ball from Wood, picked up by Mohammed. And again, and you're going to get fed up with us saying this, everybody, particularly those that weren't watching the game on Friday night. If you're a Leicestershire supporter and you're watching this, you'll be thinking, why do they keep going on about it? Well, Ishaq Mohammed on Friday just kept swinging and missing. Bit different today. Edges this one down to third man, and he'll get 4. Well bowled. Completely full shot. Edged, no slip. Didn't carry any weight. Down to third man for 4. But what we're saying is that he's hit 2 boundaries today, and they've been just more controlled. Even that 6. His shape was better. We're talking real big swings the other night, and he didn't make contact a lot of the time.
And that's it. The ball was angling in as well, Frank, wasn't it? His head was still.
Yeah.
Watched it onto the bat.
Yeah, completely different. There's Wood again in bowls, and that's massive again on the leg side. Not going to go all the way. 1 bounce for 4. Beautifully picked up. And this is what he can do. And I think the other, Alan Richardson made the point the other night when we were talking about Ishaq Mohammed's travails that he was facing 3 international bowlers, and the ball was doing bits off the pitch, and it was a great education for him. Today, not such quality in terms of the bowling yet, but
it's what he does with the good balls, I think, Frank,
exactly.
that's going to be instructive
Don't
here.
try and hit everything like that. There we are. Just a bit carried away. He's hit 14 off 3. You do not need to do anything else in this over,
I think,
other than stay in. And if you pick up 2 or 3, then fine. But you don't need to do anything else.
especially, I think it's
no risks. That's
yes,
what I'm saying.
Absolutely. I think batting in partnerships is still an important art of the game, even in T20, because you've got a guy at the other end who isn't in form. If he drops a single and gives D'Oliveira some strike, stick around for your partner. He's on the walk though,
and he doesn't time it, and it's a dot, and that's fine because he's already got 14 off the over. So he must not now be walking back thinking, oh, I've got to score off this last ball. And Brett D'Oliveira may well be saying that to him. Don't panic now. Do not give it away because you've had 2 dot balls. Equally, Wood got 2 dot balls in. See if you can get a third in. Get a Yorker in. Good comeback from the young man. He's in. He bowls and, well, that was a bit reckless. So in that last 3, he's gone down the pitch and tried to whack one and not timed it, and he's had a big swing at the other 2, having taken 14 off the first 3. So he's learning, but perhaps as yet he hasn't quite come to terms with exactly how to turn these little cameos into something bigger, which is what we're talking about. He's regularly got 20s and 30s. He's already today played a couple of extraordinarily good shots, but we are yet to see anything more substantial. Earlier today, we saw Ben Cox show great maturity and experience in fashioning his unbeaten 70. I'm not saying that we could expect anything like that from Isaac, totally different kind of player, but time in the game and experience allows players to maximise their skills, and Isaac, we have to remember, is 17 and very, very raw.
Van Beek from the other end this time, and that's evaded slip. He's going to race away for 4.
He's really struggling at the moment, isn't he, Brett D'Oliveira? Slips wide. Straightforward edge, diving to his left. Rishi Patel got a left hand to it. Big gap between the keeper and Patel. He's about 3rd slip by normal standards.
Yeah, as you know, he takes a step to his left and it's a regulation catch, isn't it?
Straightforward catch to 1st or 2nd slip, absolutely.
Well, is that the bit of luck that D'Oliveira needs? Frustrating for Logan Van Beek, who's bowling well in this competition this year, and he comes again. Decent pace.
Good start for the Rapids, 32 on the board.
Yeah, calm heads in the heat, I think, is what's necessary here. Gareth Roderick actually has done a pretty good job in recent weeks. Doesn't normally bat at 3, but he's slated to come in next. And Kashif Ali back in the side as well. Following a little hiatus through injury. In comes Van Beek again. And pulled away. Wood will do the fielding. He's seen plenty of the ball already in these opening overs. And I suppose, well, Isak Mohammed, every ball is an event with this lad. As we alluded to, that it's not necessarily a good thing. He just gets a little handshake there from Brett D'Oliveira. He's got himself a start here, the young man. Can he go on as the Seagulls continue to circle? And we see more blue skies and more belting sunshine here. Beautiful day for cricket. As part of this double header, visit Worcestershire New Road. Rapids desperately want a victory to mean that they take on the Outlaws on Thursday with something riding on the game. Van Beek is in. Cut away. Good field again by who else? Sam Wood. Ball's been following him. So a couple of singles to follow that rather fortuitous boundary at the start of the over. 6 from the first 4. And that winning target now 140 runs away. Top edge that, has he got enough on it? Fielder underneath it. It was a tough ask. Josh Holt couldn't quite get hold of it. It's another bit of fortune for the Worcestershire skipper. It was short, it was worth having a go at. But Hull chasing round from short fine leg, sorry. Couldn't get there. Neither could Sam Wood. 2 fast bowlers almost converged. But D'Oliveira's still there. On the charge this time. Whacked away. And a welcome boundary. So an expensive end to this Van Beek over. Just managed to free his arms. So 40 without loss from the first 4 overs. Hitting through extra cover there again feels pretty safe. Good start from these two, Frank.
Yeah, it's turned into that, hasn't it? It's been a bit hairy, but you'd absolutely say 40 without loss off 4 is a good start, and just no need now to do anything other than just, you know, push it round till the end of the power play. Hit the bad ball if it's there, but you don't have to go looking for it. As Josh Holt comes back into the attack. And that's good to see from Isaac. Good delivery, pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. Got a few scores from elsewhere that are quite interesting. In the Test match, England are 185 for 8, so they lead by 185 because we all know the scores were identical in the first innings. But what about this one in the blast? Northants against the Bears at Edgbaston. I think it's at Edgbaston. 1 over to go, 232 for 6, the Steelbacks. That's a cracking shot from Isaac, over pitch from Hull and driven beautifully through the offside for 44 without loss, the Rapids. In that innings, Vasconcelos 56, Bretska 85, Willie 54, so real carnage at the top of the order. First wicket going down with the score on 94 in the 8th over, and then a partnership between Bretska and Willie in just 7 overs of nearly 100.
Well, we've seen the good and the bad of Isaac there, haven't we? The space of 2 balls, beautiful off drive, and then well, losing his shape and looking to whack it into the car park.
And D'Oliveira does go for a word with him, and they're just talking about
just pointing where you meant to whack it, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we've been here before. He's 25 off 16. He hasn't yet got to 40, and he isn't going to today, or is he? He's edged it, he's got away with it, sliced it up in the air, and he's got 2 runs, fortunately. To be fair, we've seen that earlier today from Cox and 1 or 2 others. He's it's gone up in the air, it's dropped safely, and fortune has favoured the brave, and it's 46 without loss. But this is exactly the point now at which I would be saying to him, right, just for the next 2 overs, 3 overs, just push it round now. Get yourself to 30, 35, and then have another look. Because it's getting past the hurdle now at this point. That one's down the leg side and wide called. Do you see what I mean? I'm sort of, I'm kind of,
It's very nurturing.
I'm kind of trying to think as a coach. You see, if this guy's going to learn to do what he will be, and he will definitely do it, and he will, I am convinced, be a magnificent white ball cricketer, if not red ball as well. But the next stage is to say, right, when you've whacked your way to 27 off 17, just have 5 minutes and then carry on. Let's block that one away on the onside. They've come back for 2 here, which is good running. It's only gone to the edge of the circle, so well done. And I mean, he could almost do with losing the strike for a couple of overs, you know. That's what I'm getting at. It's not necessarily that he's going to whack one up in the air. It's just that I think there's a temptation to, the adrenaline is pumping, power play's still on, nearly got 50 on the board, but how much more damaging is it if your opening partnership gets to 75 or 80? 49 without loss as Holt is in over the wicket, and he's fencing at this one outside the off stump. Well bowled from Holt, and that is the end of the over. 9 runs came from it. It's an excellent power play so far for the Rapids. They are 49 without loss from 5. The target is 174. I think the players in the blast around the country that go in at the start of the innings, and there are a few, aren't there? You know, off the top of my head, you could think of sort of Adam Lythe and Keaton Jennings and people like that. And they go in and they, some, you know, I wouldn't say regularly because that's probably too frequent, but you know, they, 2 or 3 times a season they'll get 70 or 80 or maybe even 100.
Sam Wood back into the attack, this time from New Road End. D'Oliveira on strike, played with soft hands, he'll get off strike.
Tom Banton, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, people like that, they are players who have learned to not just hit 5 good shots and get 30 and then chuck it away. Well, they've somehow managed to get over that next barrier, as it were.
Plenty of cricket fans who have varied opinions of Rob Key's views on the game, but he makes the point that you've got more time in T20 than you realise. Yeah. And you can. Well, yeah. Ben Cox built an innings.
Yeah.
He was 18 from 16.
Yeah.
But he's a young man, plenty of time to learn, and
cleverly bowled.
Yeah.
And it's a bit like some people would say, you know, this is why Ed Pollock is not in the side anymore, because capable of the most destructive hitting you could ever see, but didn't ever really get to that point where he would go turn the 30 into a 70 or an 80.
Well, it's those scores that really hurt teams. Yeah. It's those scores that 50s in T20 matches win games. And we haven't seen enough of that from a Worcestershire perspective. Thick top edge here, he could be in trouble, and he is going to be in trouble. He's gone this time. So 29 for Isaac Mohammed. We've seen some really impressive hitting. We've seen actually some sensible cricket from him. He's got himself a start, but he's got to go now. Sam Wood with the wicket, and the Foxes, they'll need that. I feel much better in that huddle now. And Gareth Roderick makes his way out to the middle to join his skipper in rather unfamiliar circumstances, actually, Frank, we have to say, with 50 already on the board. It must be said, as this young lad gets a rousing round of applause. We have seen glimpses of the incredible natural talent this lad has. But Roderick comes to the wicket once with his side in a very healthy position. 50 for 1 the score. D'Oliveira 18 from 12 balls. Been a bit of fortune for the Rapids along the way. A couple of edges, a couple of skiers finding turf rather than the hands of the fielders. Sam Wood there, ball in hand, top of his mark, just directing a little bit of traffic. Changes being made as Scrivens goes out from short third man out to the boundary, and it'll be long leg up into the circle. In comes Wood, Roderick on strike, and tucked away. Think about 2. They're going to go for it as well. It's good running from Roderick. Off the mark straight away then. 2 balls to go in this over. Started really well though. Just 3 runs in the wicket from the first 4. Drive down the ground, that's going to be 4 more. Little bit uppish, but nothing wrong with that at all. No fielder anywhere near it. We've seen some good hitting actually from Gareth Roddick, straight. Proper cricket shot. And that just puts a little bit of pressure back on the bowler. A wicket in the over.
Yeah, I thought that was a great shot actually.
Last ball of the power play. Cut away from Roderick, that's going to be 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries in an otherwise successful over from a Leicestershire perspective. But 11 runs from it. 60 for 1 the score.
Yeah, really good from Gareth Roderick. Of course, Adam Ho's not in the side, and he will be quite a miss. But Roderick, who some people say shouldn't play T20 cricket, I think he's actually played 2 or 3 very good innings in recent games, albeit he did have a bit of a nightmare up at Headingley when played out a maiden in that 17th over. But this isn't a bad situation for him to come in, and he's already raced to 10 off just 3 deliveries. And that has just taken a little bit of pressure off Brett D'Oliveira, who doesn't now perhaps feel that, having been there since the start, he's suddenly got to take over as the kind of driving force here. They can just go along together really. 60 for 1, the best power play Worcestershire have had, I think it's fair to say. And first ball of a new over. Tom Scriven introduced into the attack, driven by D'Oliveira for a single.
Well, what those 2 Roderick boundaries do, it means they can't stack good overs in terms of economy. It's about relieving the pressure, and you saw that cut shot, it only went for 1, but it's a really crisp cut shot from D'Oliveira. Chance for him to play himself into some form.
And they're going to run a bye here, I think. Yeah. Ben Cox standing up to the wicket to Scriven and unable to gather that clean. He got his gloves on it, but it ran away from him. Nicely played. This is what they've bought themselves, isn't it? The ability now to just push it around for a few overs without doing anything drastic. The odd boundary. They've earned this right with that good power play. And this is what you don't get when you have a not very good power play, as we've seen quite a few times. You've got to play shots when you don't really need to. No, you do need to, but you shouldn't need to. And Roderick proves the point again, just pushing away for a single.
It's also, even in the short form, early on, frustrating for a bowler when you can't get dot balls when runs leak. 4 singles from the first 4 balls in this one. There is a dot out the middle of the D'Oliveira bat though.
Ryan Ahmed will be on soon, won't he, I think. Different kind of challenge. Bowls a lot of googlies in white ball cricket, Ryan Ahmed, from what I've seen. D'Oliveira falls over trying to ramp that. A bail has been dislodged, Ben Cox interested to see whether he thinks it might have been a dismissal, but it came off Cox and then went back onto the stumps. But a good over. Just 4 runs from it. 64 for 1 after 7.
Well, we are going to see Rian Ahmed from the New Road end. And it's, I will say this, I never feel comfortable when I see D'Oliveira get the ramp out.
No.
Not one of his better shots.
He's not happy out there, is he, at the moment? Doesn't look it.
No, a little uncomfortable, but you feel like, I mean, Gareth Roderick actually is in the form of his life in T20 cricket. And he's going to be taking on this talented wrist spinner. In comes Ahmed then. Just clipped into the leg side. .65 for 1 the score, into the 8th over. Plenty of space away on the leg side, inviting D'Oliveira to play against any leg breaks. A bit short this one, so he's okay to cut it away.
Quite a breeze, as you can probably hear in our effects mic, even though I've muffled it. It's a lovely afternoon now, it really is. Very pleasant temperature, I would suggest.
For the ball again clipped into the leg side, and it's we're experiencing something here, Frank, from a rapid batting performance. We're in a little window here, so we haven't experienced this before. It seems calm, controlled and relaxed. I'm a bit nervous.
Well, this is what I've been trying to point out for so long about these power plays. If you have a good power play, you get to the point where you can play like this. If you're 3 down in the power play, or you're 3 down and only 40 on the board or something, you can't do this. Batters coming in are under pressure to score quickly, and it's not easy.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's full of ball.
Reverse sweep.
And a misfield. It's going to result in 4. Should have only been 1. But it's raced away to the boundary. It's a good connection actually, but it should have been stopped. We saw a bit earlier on that Worcestershire, they didn't really cover themselves in glory in the field. It'd be really frustrating for Rian Ahmed, which he was dealing in singles in that over. 8 from 5 balls now. A little bit of pressure on the leggy. Roderick on strike. And,
good delivery last ball. Had him pushing at that rather uncertainly. Good over apart from that misfield, really 8 runs from it, but 3 of them shouldn't really have happened. 102 needed off 12. That doesn't sound much, but you know, it's a run rate of 8.5. You don't want it to go over 10, I don't think.
No, and I think it's
not at New Road
it's
anyway.
A batting lineup that at times has been a little bit fragile. But they'll be glad not to see Ben Mike or Liam Treveskis in the bowling attack this afternoon, I'm pretty sure. Trial by pace here.
Scriven again. D'Oliveira gets lucky on the walk, missed it, taken on the pad. Back for 2. Good running. But, you know, it's my old leg by story, isn't it? Again, completely beaten by the bowler. Playing a shot, but didn't really know much about it. Triumph for the bowler. Umpire's going to get leg ache if he doesn't get a signal back from the scorers. He does eventually. And they're back for 2, where the bowler has completely defeated the batsman. And Scriven is in again to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira flicks this one away on the leg side, and he'll probably come back for 2 again. No, he won't, because there's a good throw coming in from Josh Hull down there. Just a single.
He's just
75 for 1
towards leg side there, Dolly, and did well to follow him, Scriven. Nicely flicked away. Well, he's used his feet towards the bowler. He's also moved away to leg stump, so Dolly's trying to be busy at the crease.
Roderick just nudging away on the onside for a single this time. 76 for 1. Earlier today, if you're just joining us, Ben Cox, former Worcestershire wicketkeeper, was the mainstay of the Foxes. 173 for 6 in their 20 overs with an unbeaten 70 off 44 balls. And very, very well paced and mature innings from Cox. As D'Oliveira is bowled, goes for a massive swing on the leg side. Bowled middle stump. To be fair, he has not looked in any kind of touch whatsoever while he's been out there. Gave himself a bit of room, went for the... he will not enjoy watching that one back, I don't think. And he's gone, and it's 76 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, indicative of a man who hasn't been in particularly good nick. He's got himself 23, so he got himself a start, but there wasn't a lot good to say about that stroke, Frank, was there? What it does do is it does bring Kashi Valley to the wicket. And on his day, as good a batter to watch as you'll ever see. The trouble is making sure he's there. He's in and out the side, isn't he? Just finds a way of picking up niggles. But he played a fabulous knock against Northants.
He did. It was laced with glorious shots. And he hit one or two that went a very, very long way at Wantage Road.
Both elegant and violent as well. You know, it was just dismissive.
Yeah. And he's off the mark with a push up to mid-on. Very good piece of fielding by Logan Van Beek. Underarm throw, uproots the stump, and nobody gets too excited because they set off straight away and Kashif was home. It was a super bit of fielding. It always looks good when a stump comes out of the ground, doesn't it? But he was in. 77 for 2. Glorious evening here. Oh, that's a shocking piece of fielding. Second time that Roderick's benefited recently. That's gone straight through Sol Budinger, backward point, and it's gone to the boundary when it should have been a dot. The outfield's a bit rough in places, but actually Budinger's fielding inside the circle there. It's not too bad at that area, but that's 8 runs Worcestershire shouldn't have had, or at least 7 at least that they shouldn't have had. Will it be crucial? They're 81 for 2.
Very uncharacteristic, isn't it? He's good in that area.
Well, he wouldn't be there if he wasn't, would he? That's such a key area, isn't it, in white ball cricket. You often tend to put your best fielder at backward point in any cricket, but in white ball cricket it's a real specialist area. And he looked a bit dismayed. I think it took a bobble, to be fair to him.
Ahmed getting another go from the New Road end. Kashif on strike. Good looking stroke, just pushed down the ground for 1.
Just in case anybody is wondering, that Northants innings against the Bears finished 240.
Wow. I mean, they can't buy a run at the moment. That's got to be enough, isn't it? Fuller, faster, reversed away, and Gareth Roderick has found the boundary yet again. Who'd doubt him, Frank? Who'd doubt him?
Well, you know, a lot of people would, Jim, to be honest. Some of the stuff I've read recently on social media, I shouldn't read it really because it just depresses me, but he should never be near the T20 side, apparently. Well, 26 off 12 says otherwise. But he's out.
He's gone this time. Plum LBW.
He should never be in this side. I've said it for years. Googly, I think, and I'm not sure he picked it.
Wider from the crease. Actually,
it wasn't
a
leg break, but
it was just full.
Just good line, pitched in line.
Well, it drifted in, pitched and spun away.
We could have given it from here, and we're sitting square on.
And Gareth Roderick has to go. Kiss of death from the commentators. It's our fault. Sorry, Gareth. But look, 26 from 20. I'll be honest with you, like, the start of this season, I haven't been convinced by Gareth Roderick as a T20 cricketer. But it's rather
It depends where he goes in, doesn't it? I think.
Yes, I think we've seen him much improved, and he's batted a lot in the power play actually. So those sweeps and timing the ball, and as Ethan Brooks makes his way out to the middle.
It depends where he goes in.
Yeah.
That's such a key wicket because we said it several times during the Foxes innings. They've done it. They've got 2 new batters in at the same time, and that is really, really important because you haven't got anybody just ticking it over, and that's where Cox played so beautifully for Leicestershire. And Brooks, new to the crease. Kashif has only faced 2 deliveries, and we haven't played our usual game of how quickly will Brooks go for a sweep.
It'll either be ball 1 or ball 2.
And
it was ball 1 today,
and it was a reverse. I'm hoping that he'll pick Rayan Ahmed. He's batting on about off stump. And he's gone for the reverse again this time, and he's taken on the pad, and there's an appeal from Cox, not from Rayan Ahmed. So that's 2 reverses he's tried, and unusually for him, 2 reverses that he's missed. That one hit him outside the line. He was dismayed to be given out LBW in exactly that fashion against the Bears the other night when he reckoned he hit it.
That's a cracking shot. Proper sweep.
He has hit. This time it's a proper sweep, yeah, as you say. And he's kept it down, and even though Van Beek on the boundary only had a few yards to go to his right, skidded away. Last ball of the over goes for 4 again. So good over in terms of runs for Worcestershire, 9 runs coming from it. But does make you a little bit anxious, doesn't it?
Well, the conventional sweep I feel much more comfortable with against the leg spinner, because especially early innings you can get your foot down the wicket, try and smother it a little bit.
Yeah, although you know
the
wisdom would say that if you play the reverse sweep well, which Brooks undoubtedly does, then playing against the leg spinner it's less risk because you're playing with the spin, but it's whether you're picking it or not, I think. And he does bowl a lot of googlies. Scriven clipped away on the onside uppishly by Kashif.
But just going back to Roderick for a second, because
yeah,
it's something about his character, and he just seems to overcome things. He's such a gritty, determined guy. He's a quiet guy. He finds a way to be effective, it feels. It has been undoubtedly been very impressive in the past few games, batting at 3 and let's face it, coming in some really sticky situations, usually 2 down for nothing.
He's been up and down the order, hasn't he? I think. I mean, he's playing as the keeper, as the first choice keeper in all cricket. Played every game last year, as we know. Ben Cox was only offered a white ball contract, and so quite understandably chose to make a move to Grace Road, where he could play in all formats, and he's still an absolutely magnificent wicket keeper and a very, very good batsman as well, as we've seen today. But Roderick, nice shot this by Kashif, and he'll pick up 2. Roderick has made the position his own, but in this format is up and down the order, isn't he? And in fact, in the red ball game, he's struggled a bit because he's been opening and keeping, and that hasn't always been straightforward. I know he did it last year. It hasn't been easy. I mean, if you're another single here to cash. If you're an opening batsman for Worcestershire at the moment, playing your red ball cricket here at New Road, even if you're not a keeper, you've probably been up against it for most of the season because of the nature of the pitches that we've had here. So I would say that almost none of the batsmen have had any chance this season. And you could look down the entire card, the entire staff almost, and say none of them have really found proper, consistent form. Jake Levy's had a couple of big innings. Ethan Brooks has played a few cameos. Kashif's played a couple of very good innings. Brett D'Oliveira a couple in red, but Do you know, none of them, none of them would sit back, and I doubt any of them, unless something drastic changes, are going to sit back at the end of their career and people say, oh, you know that brilliant summer in 2025, which was like 1976 where it never rained, I bet you enjoyed that. And they'll say, well, actually, do you know what, that wasn't one of my best years, actually. I honestly think that's going to be the case. If you take out the Kookaburra rounds, it's been a struggle for Worcestershire's batsmen this year.
Looking for 2 more here, and they'll go. Seen plenty of 2s this afternoon. Good running, good aggressive stuff. But just going back to that as well, Frank, is that I think Worcestershire surprised a lot of people last year with their grit and determination and plenty of skill. But when you've got really good bowlers throughout the First Division in the County Championship, they'll figure it out. If they didn't figure it out the first year, they'll have a good old look at you and find ways to get you out.
Absolutely.
So it's the difficult second album, Frank.
Yeah. Anyway, 96 for 3, 98 for 3, 8 runs coming off that 11th over, which is good for from a Worcestershire point of view. Not quite what they need, but at this stage, 8.4 they need.
Sam Wood back into the attack, steaming in from the New Road end. Brooks on strike, deep in his crease, drilled down the ground and stopped.
Good bit of fielding.
Goodness me, it was a good bit of fielding, but he might well regret it. There might be a bruise somewhere about his person.
I don't think he'll regret it. He saved 4, hasn't he? Because that was drilled, absolutely drilled, mid off and mid on up. Good work from Wood.
Again, deep in his crease.
Annoyed with himself, Brooks. He only got a bottom edge on it. Yeah. Fancied picking that up over square leg, I think. Ethan, talking of Gareth Roderick last year playing every game, Ethan Brooks has played every game so far this year, I think, in every competition. Indeed he has, and that is an indication of how quickly he's become a vital member of this Worcestershire squad.
Wood to Kashif now. Just clipped into the leg side. So they'll take another single, and it will bring up the 100 for the Rapids. 100 for 3 then. Halfway through the 12th over, and I think they'll feel generally, as the required rate is 8.7 and the run rate is 8.7, that they're on course, Frank.
Yeah. So far so good for the Rapids.
Well, that's been skied. Has he got enough of it? He has. He's absolutely monstered it. Mind the windows in the ladies' pavilion.
Biggest today. Biggest for a while, that, I think. Gone back in his crease, cleared the front leg, and absolutely smashed it over the ladies' pavilion, which is just behind square on the leg side, just to the right of where we're sitting. Bounced down off the roof, I think, into the ladies' pavilion. Somebody caught it. One hand, one bounce, but they didn't even manage that. But it's a big shot from Ethan Brooks. Goes into double figures.
Lots Woods riposte. Again, deep in the crease, drilled down the ground, and that's going to be 4 more. It's another pretty looking shot, and Ethan Brooks in recent weeks has been in good nick. These two are really dangerous players.
Yeah, we won't be too fulsome in our praise in case we do it again.
Well,
we'll save it till the end, shall we?
I did for Claire Boycott in the women's game as well, Frank, I'm afraid. It was the only wicket to go down. They're only 5 runs short of their victory target. Wood to Brooks. And he's feeling for that one. And he's frustrated with himself as well. He might be. Runs from the over were there.
12 off the over.
So
110 for 3 off 12. Foxes were 96 for 4. So the Rapids are ahead, but there's no need to do anything reckless, is there? No need to do anything reckless. And we're going to have a bit of left arm spin.
Bowling from the team percent, Josh Thomas.
Just a little bit of trivia about Sam Wood. 2 middle names, Frank. We've done middle names this season.
Lovely shot from Kashif off Thomas's first ball. Beautifully played. Wasn't a bad delivery. Left arm round the wicket. Just outside off stump. It's just that room he's given him and he's hammered it away. Right, go for it. Middle names.
Kenneth William.
Kenneth Williams.
2 middle.
I wonder.
That can't be by accident, can it?
I doubt it. It's not by accident. His dad's name was Kenneth and his granddad's name was William.
So he wasn't a fan of the carry-on.
I don't know. But you know, there could be all sorts of reasons, couldn't there? Don't get me on names. Remember, I'm an ex-teacher. I've collected names throughout my career of interesting names from pupils that I've taught or friends have taught. We've done this, honestly, got some absolute crackers. One of my friends taught in a middle school in Direct Broughton, a village just up the road until recently, and he had a girl in his class called Brittany Shears.
Superb.
Oh, that's a great shot. It's landed just short of fielder long off coming in, but it was so cleverly played by Kashif and knew exactly what he was doing. Rayan Ahmed is out there. He just stopped the shot, chipped the infield. Turned by Kashif on the leg side. Yeah, Brittany Shears. That's a beaut, isn't it?
Well, I was in a class at another one of your old haunts, the Royal Grammar School. Omar Sharif.
Omar Sharif. I taught him. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah. But the best name I've ever heard. Forgive me, Worcestershire listeners, if you heard me say this before. I've never said it in a T20 before. End of the over, 118 for 3, 8 coming from it, 13 gone, and Worcestershire require a further 50. Well, they need 8 and over, so got to be 64, isn't it? Yeah, 64. It was a friend of mine when I was teaching up in Derbyshire who worked at Rolls-Royce, and we were discussing names like this at an indoor cricket game, and he worked for Rolls-Royce, and he said he often travelled to America and often got involved in meetings with executives from all over the world.
Lovely reverse there from Ethan Brooks, and that's going to find the boundary as well. He's motoring now, the Rapids all-rounder.
And he said the best name he'd ever heard was an American executive who worked for Rolls-Royce, and they all sat around the table and they had their names on little plates in front of them, sitting in front of them, you know, like they do in the European Parliament or whatever. And this chap had his name on a little placard in front of him.
He's gone again. Has he got enough on it? Josh Hull is chasing back for it, and he shelled another one. It was a difficult chance. Looking for the big shot again, Ethan Brooks, and tall fast bowler just couldn't cling on. Tricky one to judge. It's another one that goes down, and you feel like Worcestershire had a bit of luck this afternoon.
And back to names. Well, we will be in a minute. Oh, that's a great shot.
That's a much better shot.
Well.
Inside out, over extra cover. Fabulous striking.
Beautiful
all
shot.
The way for 6.
That's the best shot of the day, I think, from anybody. Superb. I'll wait till the end of the over, I think. Sibbo on Twitter says, are we auditioning for Alan Partridge? I'm not sure which bit of our commentary is referred to. But he'll enjoy this name when I eventually get there.
Drilled again into the leg side, but Van Beek's there, so
brilliant from
just
Brooks.
A single.
I think Ethan Brooks is building a bit of a reputation around the country now, you know. I think people are beginning to notice him. It's a bit of a steal from Worcestershire's point of view. As Kashif just takes a single off the 5th ball of the over. 14 off this over so far.
Well, felt like Rian Arbit might be a bit of a danger man, but so far he's been expensive. Not least because of the hitting of Ethan Brooks And it's a very handsome looking drive to take a single, keep the strike. Really impressive stuff from the former Warwickshire all-rounder.
So this American executive who worked for Rolls-Royce, with his name on the plaque in front of him, and you know how Americans often they have the second or the third, don't they?
Yeah.
If they've got the same name as their father. This is true. This chap's name was Purvis J. Thrash III. Purvis, Purvis J. Thrash, Thrash, the third. Purvis J. Thrash III.
I mean, I don't know
True story, I swear.
who heard that and thought, that's good, I'm having that. You know what I mean? Like to go back for more, to go back to
Yeah,
the well.
twice.
Wow.
133 for 3. 6 overs left. Brooks on the charge. He's got lucky again because he's mishit this one, but he sliced it away over the infield. A lot of luck has gone the way of the Worcestershire batters in this innings. They've chipped a few in the air. 2 or 3 of Josh Holt's got under a couple of horrible ones where he's been coming over his shoulder and he hasn't been able to get a hand on it. But they have got away with them. 3 men out. Isaac $29, D'Oliveira 23, Roderick 26. Kashif on strike. And he's not got away with it. He sliced it to backward point, but had just taken the catch. And the 4th wicket has gone down. And boy, did the Foxes need that wicket. 134 for 4. Kashif out for 16. Never really got going. And Henry Cullen, the new man, comes out. And the Foxes will now be thinking, if we can just nick up another one, get ourselves right back into it. They've got a wicket just at the right time. And that partnership, 48 for that 4th wicket. Ethan Brooks doing most of the scoring, but Kashif's gone. 134 for 4 in the 15th. Another wicket, I reckon, could get a bit edgy. What do you reckon, Jim?
Well, I think this is going to be a big test for young Henry Cullen, isn't it? Feel like run rate just a nick over 7. It should be comfortable.
It should be, but
look, there's some good quality young fast bowlers knocking about on this Foxes side, and they've got in the habit of winning as well.
Yes.
So
yes,
you
and
need
it,
to.
And it matters to them, doesn't it? Just a little bit of nonsense here from Worcestershire, and they could find themselves under a bit of pressure when they shouldn't have been, really.
Good shot.
Cullen starts with a couple, steered behind square on the offside. Made runs yesterday in the Birmingham League for his club, Barnt Green, but that means nothing. Very different, really. Well, it doesn't mean something. It means he's seeing the ball reasonably well and he's in reasonably good nick, but it's a very, very different situation. Young man, only his 3rd game. Keeper, liable to play, I would imagine, in the One Day Cup this season. Pushes out to Rayan Ahmed on the offside. Rayan Ahmed could come back, it'd be quite interesting. Still got 1 over left to go. Brooks a little bit taking a toll of him in his last over, but he did have that slice up in the air where he was lucky. Scriven didn't get a hand on it. So I don't think this is over yet, not by any means. I think Leicestershire will feel if they can nick another one out, they'll suddenly be right back in the game. Cullen, another dot as he drives nicely, but Scriven again fields very well off his own bowling. This has been a really good over. Just 3 runs have come from it, a wicket, and that came after overs that had produced 8, 12, 8 and 15. So a really good little riposte from the Foxes, and once again proving that point that wickets are the best way to disrupt a run chase. Cullen down the pitch drives Scriven up to mid-off, who's on the edge of the circle, gets a single, keeps a strike. End of a very, very good over from Tom Scriven. Just 4 runs came from it. And the Rapids, after 15, are 137 for 4. Foxes were 120 for 5, but they had Ben Cox not just in, but in and growing in influence just at the right time in that last few overs of their innings. Splendid from Cox, 70 not out of 44.
Well,
Josh Hull back into the attack. I think these next 2 overs, Jim, will be crucial. I think if Worcestershire score, say, 16 off these next 2, I think they'll have broken the back of it. A couple of overs that go for just maybe 5 each, something like that, will put the Foxes into a good place. Dot ball to start with from Hull. Only gone for 14 off 2 so far.
well, the Foxes will be thinking wickets here. That's how they get this job done. And you go to your bowlers, I think, at this point, who are most likely to get you a wicket. Cullen on the strike, 3 from 5. Good looking shot, man out there, sweeping on the offside, so it'll just be a single. And that target 36 runs, 28 balls. And our friends Niall the Crocodile and Ali the Alligator just to our left again, you've got to feel for them. That's a thick suit to be wearing.
It was 50 degrees in there officially, I think, on Friday night.
Hollin is drilled firmly to mid-off. Good looking shot for none. Just what's been a pretty noisy home crowd has gone a little bit quiet. I think they kind of realised that key stage in the game here.
It's just dried up a little bit, the runs, haven't they, in the last 2 overs.
In comes Hull again, and looking to send that, but he's worn one there. Quick from Hull. Painful for Brooks. Just taking a moment. Yeah, that's hurt the Rapids all-rounder. Physio thinks about making the journey to the middle, but he's got a limp on at the moment. Run it off, Ethan. Cullen back on strike. Pulled away. There's a man out there. It's going to drop short of Van Beek. He thought about attempting the dive to catch it, but it was never going to carry. So Rapids just dealing in singles at the moment. As it stands, 34 to win from 25. They can afford to. Foxes need wickets. Three out on the boundary on the leg side. Fine leg, square leg, mid wicket, and looking to bounce. Brooke there.
That's a really good over.
Just 3 from that, just 4 from the over before. And the Foxes putting a bit of pressure on this Rapids batting lineup.
Well, a lot of pressure, I think. That run rate has now gone up to 8.5. I've got Dwarshus and Taylor still to come, both capable of hitting a long ball, as we know. But at 133 for 3 off 14, it looked pretty straightforward, didn't it? But, you know, an over for 4, an over for 3, and now Rayan Ahmed coming back in, who Henry Cullen will not have faced before, I don't think. So,
Well, Ahmed's been in the first team for so long.
Getting a little bit edgy, I think, now. Really do. Foxes have stayed in it really well. That's a cracking shot, though. What do we know? Reverse sweep from Henry Cullen. However, there is a man back who anticipated it. He's quite a long way behind square as well, at a kind of wideish third man slash backward point. So although it beat the fielder inside the circle and it was well executed, it didn't go for 4 like some of the ones that Brooks played earlier. Now Brooks, who had mixed success playing his sweeps against Ahmed, is down the pitch, taken on the pad, ball goes away on the offside. An appeal from Ahmed, but it hit him well outside leg stump. Through for a single. But yeah, just 2 off the first 2 balls. Good pressure from the Foxes. Cullen down the pitch. Drives away. Another single. 6 and over is a minimum requirement, I would say, off the next couple. But you don't really want it to go to the last over if it doesn't have to. Ahmed bowls short, and Brooks has nailed it. He dragged it down as leg spinners do, and the really, really good thing about that for me. In Worcestershire and Leicestershire. 149 for 4. We're back underway. 6 more. Brooks, I think he's won it in those 2 balls. Great crowd catch. Tumbling back over the seats. Ethan Brooks on fire. Absolutely on fire. Brilliant shot. 2 successive 6s. Not much wrong with that one. And Brooks has made it look very, very straightforward now. And there is another absolutely magnificent shot. What a shot from Ethan Brooks. 3 consecutive 6s. It's game over, more or less. Worcestershire 161 for 4. 21 off the over. 18 off 3 deliveries. Worcestershire now just need 13 more runs to win, and Ethan Brooks single-handedly has made a mockery of that little tight spell that had been imposed on him by the Foxes. He's gone to 52 off 26, and that last one probably the best of the lot. He's hit 4 6s and 3 4s, and that was just beautiful.
Well, the first one was a drag down. Second one was a little shibby, straight drive. But I think you're absolutely right, Frank. That's someone who's absolutely in control of their art, isn't it?
Oh, he can play, this boy. He really can play.
At the moment, he can put it anywhere he wants. It's absolutely stunning hitting. Not trying to over-hit it either. Kept his shape. Van de Beek back into the attack. And that's been clubbed away as well. 1 bounce 4. And if you were worried, you needn't be. 3 6s followed by a 4 first up in this over. And it's going to be a comfortable victory for the Rapids. It makes life incredibly difficult for the Foxes in their pursuit of a quarter-final place. And you know me, Frank, I always say chip and a chair.
Yeah, but I think, am I not right in saying that we could have done with Warwickshire beating the Steelbacks today. I
Really-
don't know if that
really
might
could.
happen.
More of the same. Heaved into the leg side. And young Henry Cullen has joined the party as well. Good to see a talented young player get a chance.
Well,
Show what he could do.
The Bears are 100. They need 150 from 11 overs with 7 wickets remaining. So I don't think they're going to get them.
Well, looking at that score, it's actually doable. In comes Van Beek again, and then guided away. That may well be the third 4 in a row. Yeah, it's a good bit of fielding in the end. And Brooks is sprinting back for a third.
29 runs from the last 6 balls.
And you can hear the appreciation from a good crowd in here at Visit Worcestershire New Road.
29 runs from the last 6 balls. It's all gone wrong, pear-shaped. I was going to say that would be a crude attempt at humour at the expense of the Foxes. But it's all gone wrong in the last few minutes, and it just shows you how quickly it can turn. But Brooks has played the innings of the game, I suppose.
Brooks on strike, 2 needed. And he looked to finish it in style. He played round it though. Well, look, I actually have to say at 172 for 4, there was some fortune early on. Isaac Mohammed, but particularly D'Oliveira as well.
Yeah.
Ball flashing through slip, a couple of balls dropped into open space when they could have gone to hand. And they probably earned that bit of luck. They certainly needed it. But otherwise, I think it's been a really well-paced chase. Roderick drills this for 4. A lovely cover drive to end proceedings, and Worcestershire have won this one by 6 wickets. They were beaten by 6 wickets in the corresponding fixture on the 15th of June. The Rapids have their revenge, and it's actually been a really impressive performance. I mean, Ben Cox aside, Worcestershire have dominated, I think, Frank.
Yeah, they have. It was a very, very good win. It was beautifully concluded by 2 players who are both in their early 20s, who've just both signed new contracts for Worcestershire. And I think, apart from the win, apart from the fact that, you know, when you see them play like that, you get a little bit disappointed that they haven't been more consistent in the competition. We're looking at 2 young players who might have very bright futures here at New Road, and for me in particular, Ethan Brooks, 52 not out, 56 not out in fact, at the end of 28 balls with 4 fours and 5 sixes. An absolutely magnificent effort from him. Not the Fox's best day. Indebted to Ben Cox, who played beautifully. And it wasn't a bad score, and they were in it until about the 17th over. But those 3 successive sixes that Ethan Brooks took off Rayan Ahmed just turned the game on its head in the space of 2 minutes, really. They were on top anyway, but that took any doubt out of it. And Worcestershire will be a little bit frustrated if they don't qualify, well, when they don't qualify, because they've been close in 2 or 3 games. But that was a really, really comprehensive victory against a very good Foxes side.
Oh, well, look, you can see here that the Rapids players giving Henry Cullen a good old squeeze. High fives all round, as you say, Frank. 2 youngsters at the wicket to close it out. Really impressive stuff. And you're right, it's inconsistency, but as we've seen with Worcestershire Rapids, if you're young and you're talented and you want to come and play cricket, there's a space for you. So Isaac Mohammed at the top of the order, Henry Cullen, Ethan Brooks, and this Worcestershire crowd have seen some cracking cricket from the home side. It started with the women all the way back at 10:30 this morning, a 9-wicket victory over an impressive Leicester Foxes women's side, and a really, really impressive, comprehensive 6-wicket victory here to end this fantastic doubleheader. There is a small matter of the Outlaws on Thursday evening. There is one more game to go, gang. Results will have to go our way, but we're not done just yet. Might need a minor miracle, but get your last fix of Blast Cricket Thursday evening here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. And maybe, just maybe, they squeeze into a quarter-final position. But thank you for your company this afternoon. It's been a pleasure calling the game. I've been Jim Dale, he's been Frank Watson, and we'll see you again on Thursday.